Hello, and welcome to another episode of Knights of Faded Roses, a Vampire the Masquerade game. We are here to continue on this crazy journey with our little family here and see what kind of new pieces of trouble they might stir up. A couple of pre-show announcements. A reminder that this is a vampire game, so there may well be violence, blood, gore, guts, and veins in your teeth. Not to mention a lot of swearing, probably a lot of sexual content and innuendo. So if you aren't comfortable with that, you have been warned. Please go now. I cannot control these people at all. Never. This is a non-canon Vampire the Masquerade game. For those new here, that means that this little game of ours, while it is based out of the TTRPG, it is not something that is sanctioned by nor a part of the World of Darkness world. We do not get kickbacks, revenue, or recognition from World of Darkness, nor its affiliated storylines. So, don't be surprised if it somehow doesn't quite fit the narrative if you are watching other Vampire the Masquerade games. Sponsorships.
We'll reference other games.
Yeah, and there are lots of other games, so please, feel free, go and find those too, because those are amazing storylines.
And lots of references in general.
Yes, indeed. Sponsorships. If you are a gaming or a comic book shop, we would love to advertise your shop here. You can have your shop info showing up on the screen and at our intermission, so you can contact us on Twitter or YouTube or our email at pdxgamingproductions@gmail.com, and all of that information will be in the link down below in our YouTube. Also, if you love what you see here and you're becoming a fan of our little family, please click like and subscribe here on our YouTube channel, and find us on Facebook, Twitter, and Tumblr for more information. Again, all of those links will be in the description box down below. We would again like to thank Willamette Falls Studios for hosting our game, and Josh Reynolds for being here to help produce our game. If you'd like more information on how Willamette Falls Studios can help your studio productions here in the Portland metro area, please drop them a line. They have state-of-the-art art studio spaces, including a podcast booth, fully functioning studio areas, including a green screen, which we are actually right behind me. It's all covered right now, but trust me, it's here. There's a studio kitchens. Oh my gosh, it is a thing. Standard studios, editing suites, and a new music recording studio is being built down in their basement. So there are also meeting areas here as well, so feel free to go ahead and check them on out. Their link will also be down below in the description box, so you can go and find them, and please do. They are very helpful. We do want to wish everyone watching a Happy New Year, and may whatever holiday you are celebrating this year bring your family much joy. And with that, I do believe all the announcements are done for now, so let's start this situation. Oh, well, before that, actually, let's go ahead and go around and introduce one another, starting with...
Hi, my name is Michael Underwood. I'm playing Alexandra de la Sandra, the resident, newly expanded Malkavian.
Sounds like you've gained weight.
Line. Yeah. The 60s were very good to her, apparently. It just took them 40 years to catch up.
And Alexandra's getting larger.
I'm Diana Saracen. I'm playing Aliana, apparently the resident Nos who you shouldn't take things from without getting into trouble.
I mean, you know.
Black magic voodoo bullshit.
I am Elizabeth Hayes. I'm going to be your storyteller tonight.
I'm Shannon Strobel. I play Elisa Taylor, Tremere, and apparently only sane man in the group.
And I am Tony Colombo. I play Lancaster Harrison, Ventru.
The Ventrus.
The Ventrus.
Dun, da, da, da. Sorry.
All right, so now
and
with
resident
that,
Posh Git.
I believe all the announcements are done for now. So let's start this session's Night of Faded Roses and tell a little vampire story. right. So, there's been a little bit of change going on. There's
think?
been yet just a little bit. So when we last left off, there was some revelations that were suddenly crept upon
Quite revelatory.
Alexandra.
I don't know if the crept is the word. More like
Slammed
hitting the head
violently.
on that truck.
Yeah, slammed violently into the brain pan of poor Alexandra, who
Just a little more cracked.
had a little more introspection and information than originally expected. You gained insight into what might have been going on in an RV. You also gained a little bit of information regarding perhaps some past of your resident Ventrue sheriff. That
Trinice has been a bad girl.
and so the last that you had left off with, you had given her a phone call
You're not sorry.
and had let her know, hey, guess what? We need to sit down and have a chat. So, with that, what would you like to do?
Wake up.
And say how far along? How many days are we? Next day? Or are we?
Yeah, let's go ahead and have this next day. So everybody, please go ahead and roll a rouse check for me.
Thank the gods, I am not hungrier.
I guess the next question is, how's the back stock?
You
the
had like
refrig-
30 of them when we left.
You had 30 of them when you left.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna. Oh
What'd
no,
you
I
roll?
could be good.
Drink
A
from
3.
something other than a human isn't she?
Your
Just stay out of the way.
you wake up and your beast is angry. You feel it clamoring against the inside of your rib cage, pounding on it and telling you absolutely I don't care where we get it from. I don't care what happens. It needs now.
Feed me, Seymour.
It is like being pummeled from the inside by a very, very angry hippo.
So we'll name it Audrey 3.
Yeah. It's not happy. So, how would you like to proceed with that?
We're raiding the refrigerator and seeing if I didn't lose too much to other individuals.
And you've still got about 25 in there.
Okay. I'm going to pound back like 3 of them.
Okay. All right. That goes ahead and satiates 2 hunger. It was low enough at that point. You're only getting about 1.5 for each one.
Yeah.
So
So you're down to 1 hunger.
Should be.
down to 1 hunger at this point. Okay.
I got an 8.
You got an 8?
Eight.
Okay. An 8. All right.
Pass.
You passed. Okay. All right. So none of the rest of you are feeling any more hungry. You might be a little more peckish later on,
I got a freaking
but
migraine.
you don't feel the overwhelming urge. Your beast is definitely still you're well within check at this point. So it's nice to feel in control when you wake up in the morning and not have to have dealings with inner monsters.
Not to be so hangry.
So with that,
I guess I'll reach out to everybody and say, where are we meeting?
On a side thread that he is not on, I'm going to cite not the coin tower.
okay.
Respond back. Agreed. Any ideas?
Dante's. I have to give Jonathan a present.
Dante's or Embers?
So we
Dante's.
Dante's.
We'll stop
Okay.
by Dante.
We'll
Stop by Dante's on
Dante's.
the way to Embers.
Okay.
So, okay.
Okay.
You guys want to run? You want me to pick you up, or you guys want to make your own way there?
Going on my own, you don't want to deal with the cranky.
dealing with migraine, understand. See you there.
All right.
Text back. We'll make own way.
Okay, and I'm just gonna,
Okay. Do you respond back to
I'll see you
Lancaster?
there. I'm
Okay.
just gonna go ahead and hop into one of my vehicles. Actually, no.
I will hit the reply all. We're going to meet in front of Dante's. To the other thread.
That thread's what she was talking about.
the main
Sorry.
thread. Yes.
Told you, migraine. She's gonna go full biker leathers. She's just gonna hop on one of her sport bikes and go that way.
Okay. All right.
Nice.
Takes you,
From where Haven is, it'd be with minimal traffic, 15 minutes.
yeah, thereabouts. You meet there probably within about 30 minutes or so. You all sort of congregate outside of Dante's. It's a little busier than normal. Front or back?
Back.
Okay.
Always.
Always the back door. Yeah.
TriMet is my friend.
All right. TriMet drops you off just across the street, right next to the Lions. So you can cross the street, make your way around to the back end of Dante's Inferno Club.
Cool beans.
And then when it comes to maneuverability for limos, I'm unfamiliar with the area.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
dear.
So where are you coming from?
It'd be from Oregon City.
Okay, so from Oregon City,
Be probably coming up Burnside.
probably coming up Burnside.
You don't turn left on
You don't
Burnside.
turn left on Burnside.
No.
Your driver is probably going to circle around and figure out probably a figure eight. So it takes roughly about 25 to 30 minutes to get through all the traffic and maneuver through
And all the
everything.
lights and all the
And all the lights and everything else, because it's a limo, and it's downtown, and there's all one ways.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll make sure.
Yeah.
I'll make sure that have my private security as well.
And often all
with
the one
me,
ways?
both in front of and back of the limo. So
Okay.
it looks proportionately important.
That is fair. You get when you finally pull up, you are actually pulled into a Chevron gas station, which actually happens to be adjacent to, and the only large parking lot big enough to accommodate your entourage, so that you can get out and get over to.
I'll send one of my guys over to the gas station and have them shut down operations for the evening with a large sum of money.
Okay.
You are a posh git. Oh my
The
god.
guy blinks a couple times.
And by a large sum of money, I'm talking probably $50,000, easy.
So,
That might get you an hour and a half.
Yeah. yeah,
so
gas
Alex
station
is
on
just sitting here leaning
Burnside?
against her bored out 1500 Ninja,
Sure.
just full leather helmets, just canted up with little ears on them. And it's like,
Because of course you do.
of course I do.
Amazing.
I happen to love that character. Going for office, are we? You got the whole presidential escort.
That's just normal.
Okay.
Someone's got to stick up their butt.
Okay.
Meanwhile,
The guy at the-
I hop off the bus.
Well, we gotta get you a car.
What's what I need a car for? You've got perfect transit here. I like
Perfect
it.
is not the word I would use to describe it.
It's better than what I'm used to in Liverpool, thank you.
3:30 in the morning is not perfect.
All right, I'll get a bike.
Okay.
Whatever.
You want a 650?
A
No,
what?
250?
no,
A
no,
what?
no. She's talking
Like a bicycle.
Chevrolet legs.
Oh,
A what?
I'm sorry, I've never heard that before.
You've never heard Chevrolet legs? Oh wow.
That's good. I gotta remember that.
Just remember, folks, it's Mopar or no car.
Wow. All right.
Okay, well.
All right.
yeah,
Anyways,
let's
you
get
and
your
I
bike.
have something to do. They can go piddle. Come on.
Okay. She goes to the little. Oh, no, she can't do that.
You're fine. Just give him
Doesn't
the
know.
accent and it won't matter.
You really think so?
Oh, he's petrified.
Okay. Mask, front visor down, mirrored front.
All right.
Okay, let's go do this.
Here you go. You know he
Thank you.
can't see me.
go up, knock on the door.
Okay, the back door opens, and you have.
I need to speak with Jonathan, please. I have has a delivery for him.
Okay. Very
Oh, I forgot to
lovely.
zip that up.
Very lovely, obviously couldn't be hidden female fire dancer. It's, I mean, Friday night, it's
Yep.
Dante's.
It's
Yeah.
Inferno.
It's Inferno night.
Awesome.
So she takes one look at you, very appreciative. She's like, yeah, okay, just a second. She goes back. Jonathan! And you hear from the back, what? Somebody's in the back door for you. Oh my God. Why is it that I have to? Oh. And he walks out, and he's just, Jonathan has seen some better days.
Mm-hmm.
He's looking a little rough.
Jonathan, darling, are you not feeling well?
Well, I'm fine, darling. How are you?
Oh, I am quite excellent. Enjoyed the act. It's about to get better. Here you are, darling.
Oh, thank you very, very much.
On the label, it just says, "Drink me. I'm an upper."
He peeks into the.
Now remember, do not take the whole thing at once. We know what happened last time. Puff may be nice, but I don't think the Dragon Ball Dragon will be.
Yeah. He gets very quiet and suddenly freezes for a second and then looks around very, very carefully. Tucks it very deeply into the inside of his jacket pocket, almost into his armpit.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, will you be staying for the show?
No, darling, I have other deliveries to make, but take care, Liebchen.
Mm-hmm.
That's him on the cheek, just a little firm, but not too firm, but enough to.
Sort of melts
Yeah.
halfway. Yeah. He's
Ta-ta.
definitely, I mean, flamboyant he is, but he's certainly not above going ahead and getting whatever he needs to.
Auf Wiedersehen.
He
And she
looks,
turns around, not even as much as a glance back, and walks down
okay. All right.
and waits for the sound of the door closing.
Which it does after a few minutes.
Okay.
On very creaky.
Dunk. Yeah.
She's gonna wait till she gets to the street, and before she rounds the corner, as she's rounding the corner, looks around, make sure nobody's looking. Pop the helmet up. Well, that was amusing.
And this is how you keep a toreador in line.
Oh, there you go.
I won't deny there's a certain amount of fun in that torture.
So at this point, now that you've delivered your package, you're all going to head over to Embers for a meet and greet, as it
Yeah.
were.
She
Okay.
points down. I mean, how far over from Embers is it?
Like
It's
3
about
blocks.
3 blocks. It's 2 blocks over and 1 block down.
I got a spare helmet if you want to ride. I know it's close, but I'm not leaving my bike here.
Oh no, just go ahead and take your bike. I'm going to enjoy the air. I'm in one of those moods you don't want to deal with.
Got it. Okay.
Is the parking better at Embers?
No, the parking is not better at Embers.
There's
So
parking
bikes
at
can
Embers?
go around the back of the building.
Bikes can go around the back of the building. One of the downsides has always been about Embers is that because it is in downtown Old Town, it is very difficult to park there. They have exceedingly high stepping curbside, so almost a foot deep. So a lot of times if you have a passenger side that opens up, you can't open it. There are parking areas that are there within about a block. You'd still have to walk.
Plus, you probably don't want something that fancy parked right in
Now-
that part of Chinatown.
That said, pulling up to the venue, you do see that there is an area for you to get out in front of a drop-off area right in front. where you could send the rest of your entourage around the corner to a parking lot.
All right, best do that then.
Okay,
Of course, they'll keep the engines running,
sure.
because you never know.
You never know.
Johnny Elbows.
Gas prices came down, it's okay.
Yeah, right.
Well,
Prices?
Plus he's a posh git. Is he worried about price?
Price?
What is
What
this
is-
thing
what-
you say?
Yeah, what does this mean, gas price? What?
Price is a man named Vincent.
Have people had a hard
It's a
time
wonderful
recently?
man named Vincent.
All right, so Fluffy is manning the door. He greets you as you arrive. Opens up the door,
Give him a big
welcomes
old
you
hug
in.
and head on in.
Okay. Opens the door for you. You know, he's obviously a ghoul of somebody's.
My chair is still here.
Did you take it away?
No.
Then it's in the building.
Then it's in the building.
Good. Make sure
He
it's not-
freezes. Hold that thought.
Not very good at holding thoughts. Move
Steps
quickly.
sideways, talks into his wrist. Get the chair.
Is that posh git's chair still here?
Get the chair. You don't hear. You can. What you can barely pick up is in his ear is the chair, the chair. Oh, it's already here. Okay, can you bring it in the meeting room? Oh yeah. Good.
Is it clean
No
from
problem.
last show?
And so you go ahead and you walk in. You will, and you find that it is being moved into place around the round table. Just as you walk in the door.
Wow. Okay. That's her reaction. She's just sitting there. She's sitting comfortably, and she's just like, okay, okay.
No nice saunter up.
Yep.
I'll take my position.
Okay.
Since the last one, I'm not even walking in the back door.
Okay.
Going straight through the front
All right.
with that look of pure hatred rage.
Oh,
Because she's still cranky.
Oh, are you hangry?
Oh no, not hangry anymore, just angry.
Oh, okay. That's fair.
yeah.
Drink.
And
Fluffy doesn't even say anything. He just opens the door and gets out of your way.
grabs a 20, hands it to him.
He tucks it away.
I want a double. And I thought I told you to get rid of the fucking chair.
He's like, you know,
I'll do it my own damn self.
okay, can't really, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no.
Am I? Hang on, I want to see if I would have waited for you to show up. Yeah. Okay. As you then like, in his defense,
You don't even know which chair I'm talking about.
I'm assuming you're talking about Prince Fancy Pants' chair.
Avro's chair.
I want them all gone. All the thrones can go and fuck themselves.
Is that what you had
Just-
when I painted on?
Just
That's
take
why you did that.
just take her
Okay.
face right off.
That
Just
makes a little more sense.
Just pure seething rage.
Nice.
Should be a good day.
Okay.
I'm hoping.
You might want to duck or get out
I
your hip
finally make
waders.
my way from the bus stop.
Right, you walked your way over there. It's not a. I mean, it's not a bad walk.
No.
It's actually the night is cold,
Well,
but
that's why
is
I've got
not horrible,
So I got-
and
No, you're fine.
is you know, it deals with everything. You know, you're. It's clear, it's cold, it's crisp. There's not a lot of humans out. Nobody really wanting to go ahead and bug you because I mean it's most people don't want to be out in this weather
Yeah.
anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, got the same outfit as the club night that one night. So yeah, turtleneck, pea coat, black leggings, and my MOD boots.
What
Okay.
time was sundown?
Sundown this time of year is about 6:45, 7 o'clock ish.
Thereabouts, yeah.
It's full sundown.
Okay. So figure it's what, 8 o'clock?
8:30. Yeah, somewhere around there.
Yeah, that would work. Yeah.
Okay.
And I got my straight razor in my boot
All right.
because I'm always armed with something. Did I happen to catch Aliana slipping Fluffy a 20? If not,
You
I'll-
did not.
No, slipping one anyway.
Okay. He tucks it in. He goes, Thanks,
mate.
boss. Thanks, boss. Goes in.
Well, all right. Thanks.
To-
Did the others come in? Are they here yet?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
What
They're in
did
the back.
Right. Thanks.
Before we walked out, I asked if Trinisa was here yet. If Trinisa and Tamina had shown up yet.
Tamina's here. Trinisa has not arrived yet.
Okay. She's in the back waiting, I take it?
Yeah.
That doesn't sound good. What should I be aware of, darling?
She's not happy.
I can't say I blame her. None of us are happy. Did she give any indication as to why she's not happy tonight?
She's a Banu Hakim. Do you think I actually ask a Banu Hakim anything?
Fair point. Fair point. Okay.
I try not to ask any of you anything.
You know I'm an open book, darling.
I don't need to know. If I don't need to know, I don't need to know.
And you don't need to know.
And I don't need to know. All I know is that I opened up doors for people. That's it.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Thank you for your help on the other items, though, by the way.
I gotta go
Yeah.
make some coffee.
Yeah, go make some coffee. The girl needs it.
Yep.
Make it extra strong.
Okay. He goes, wanders in. You all come in. Tamina is sitting very quietly. And it almost feels as though she's turned in on herself. She is utterly still.
Are you all right?
Physically, yes.
Care to discuss the non-physically?
I think that can wait.
Am I in your crosshairs tonight?
No,
Okay. Are any of us in your crosshairs tonight?
not yet.
Ah,
Oh shit.
got it. Okay.
Right. I'm just going to sit.
It will
quiet.
have to determine what happens after this meeting.
Okay.
Okay.
No ominousness there. So we're just waiting on Tamina at this point?
And Trinisa,
Or
yes.
Trinisa, my apologies.
And finally, Trinisa walks in. She has looked better. She's looking a little rough. Girl has had a night. Well, day.
Are you okay?
Well,
By the way, I apologize for the less than graceful way I handled yesterday's call. In my defense, I was still reeling.
that's fair. I have been in touch with Alistair, and I will gain no assistance from that quarter, so I am here to answer your questions. Obviously, there must be a lot, so.
Well, okay. I have several questions, but I'll give somebody else the opportunity to go first.
Fluffy comes in, gives you your nudge.
Your coffee.
Pulls out 100. I want a double scotch. You'd never seen her drink before.
Yeah.
Okay.
Straight, or are you going to blend it?
Oh no, it's straight.
He nods. I'll be right back. Goes out. Gets the Hennessy. Brings back. Walks out. Shuts the door very, very carefully, but very obviously being on the other side. So he's like, nope.
Nope. I'm
Nope.
doping out of here.
Plausible deniability. Nothing is happening. La 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 la.
Shoots it.
Trinisa, I want to make abundantly clear that the questions asked here today will most likely determine your future within this city. And that as a Ventru, you should answer every question honestly, openly, and without hesitation. Is that understood?
Lancaster, as the most recent addition to this council, regardless of the bloodline that you come from and the age of which you are, I probably owe you the least amount of honesty. That said, I will be as honest and as forthright as I can be.
All not so subtle threats aside, authorized or unauthorized though they may be, I'm just trying to get details and what's going on, because this is a little complicated. Individual who has been dead, or theoretically dead, for 85 years or so, plus or minus, shows up out of nowhere, working for the SI, with extreme psionic abilities, or apparent extreme psionic abilities that he did not have in initial unlife. After capturing the three of you, when we attempted to wake him up, we started to see things that I've never encountered before. And I'm not talking about the thing that had me call you. We'll get to that in a second. As we started to bring him forth,
Hang on. Maybe it's best we show her.
It's probably not.
Oh no, she'll want to see.
Were any of those cameras recording that night?
Oh yeah.
Excellent. Okay, then no need for an in-person demonstration, which is where my true worry lies.
No, crazy, not stupid.
Excellent.
Might need an extra shot.
Fluffy darling.
No, not yet. Just keep it as a thought.
I don't know. Perhaps we should have an extra bottle.
We might need one, honey.
I'm going to text Fluffy.
Pulls up.
Bring in a bottle of red Henny.
Okay.
2 bottles red Henny.
Pulls up the footage, flips the camera around, or the screen
screen.
around, presses play. You get to start seeing them coming up and the wiggling.
And the ripples. And then you see her go slack. And then start to wake up. And the rest you know. I'm going to assume he didn't do that when you knew him.
No.
What was unexpected was... Okay, first off, is it true what I saw? Are you the one who staked him?
Is that I staked him? Yes.
Okay.
That is true. I'm not proud of it, but I did it.
Gathered that you weren't, and he did not appear to be anticipating it. Not that anybody really does, but I mean, the look on his face was one of betrayal.
He was... You know, there is a saying in most societies which should cover this, but it doesn't really cover everything. It was business. It doesn't justify it, though,
No, it doesn't.
and it certainly doesn't clear anything up. But it was business.
What type of business, if I may ask, if it could have any play in what we're doing here?
So much.
The sheer look on her face, like, did you seriously just ask that question? What kind of, just the look, not even the words. It's like, did you ask the Bana Hakim that kind of a question?
It's not the one who came, it's the sheriff.
Did you still ask that question? What kind of business?
We need to know.
That is,
And while she may have asked it differently, it needs to be asked.
it involves a lot of history. Are you sure I mean,
Does
Yes.
Sherman need to set the Wayback Machine, or what?
I don't know what that means.
Cartoon reference.
Mid 60s.
Moose and squirrel.
I don't know.
You have to say it is moose and squirrel.
It's a Rocky and Bullwinkle reference.
She blinks
She's
a couple
been watching
times.
too many cartoons in the middle of the day. It's okay. We'll jump past it.
Moving on.
Okay, so I guess where I'm trying to go here is you state its business.
Yes.
At this point, I guess we don't need to go directly into the details of the business, though I will not deny a massive amount of curiosity.
I mean, if you, it's complicated.
It's 85 years ago. I mean, what are the repercussions?
That a lot.
Okay. Why didn't he recognize you when he had you? Because you mentioned nothing about this or him saying anything, and neither did the other girls.
From my understanding, from my own turning and from others who have been turned, when one dies, there is a level of trauma. It blocks the last moments. It blocks a certain amount of information.
Okay. But does that also happen when one is staked? Looking very briefly, just as a quick eye switch over to Tamina and back.
And to me, it's like, it can.
Well, she's the most recently staked person we know, so.
She's like, I mean, I didn't completely die.
Fair enough.
I was in torpor, so my soul didn't move that far along.
Fair enough.
But
I think what I'm getting to, or part of what I'm getting to here, is you staked him for whatever reason. Strictly business, okay. What happened to him after you staked him? Did you leave him for the sun? Did you hand him off to somebody? Was he buried? What are we looking at here? Because somehow the SI got a hold of him and he's back.
Alistair and the rest of the direct bloodline family of the Loveridges came in to clean it up.
So it's in a cleaning crew. Interesting.
I was sent in because the Ventrue didn't trust him because of his sire. They did not believe that his overtures into maintaining the level of respectability and how do you say, honorable family kinship, as it were truthful. They felt somehow it was a mask, a ruse. His sire was known for this. He was a rabble-rouser. And
Okay. Ventrue rebel rouser.
Vincenzo Corelli was a talented artist.
That's his sire?
Yes. And Vincenzo's sire was La Contessa Raffaella Victoria Dominga della Corvinas of Venice, Italy.
You know you're going to say that again, right?
Yes.
I hope you wrote it down.
Yes, I
Okay,
did.
good, yeah.
Okay, so it was Vincenzo. What was her name again?
La Contessa
Raffaella,
Victoria
Dominga della
della Corvinas.
of Venice, Italy.
Victoria. Okay, what's after Victoria?
Della Corvina.
No,
Wait.
Dominga.
Dominga. Della Corvina.
Dominga, and then after that?
De la Corvinas.
Della.
De la Corvinas.
All this will be available on the episode to watch back later.
That's right.
Yeah, I really need to get back to transcribing these things.
And she was amazing. And she chose two men to turn. One was Alessandro, who eventually became Alastair, as we all reinvent ourselves regularly. He was a merchant family, well-to-do. And the other she fell in love with, and that was Vincenzo. And Vincenzo was an artist, philosopher, author, and questioned everything about the Ventrue. Why they behaved the way they did, why they cut out the lower class, why they looked down upon them rather than giving some balance to the world. Alessandro was my sire. Well, he claimed me in France. And Vincenzo had Antonio von Corbin, who was not fond of his father. Not at all. And he repeatedly tried to gain favor in the
Sorry,
Ventrue society.
back up and clear up. You said that Vincenzo is Antonio's sire, correct?
Yes.
Okay. It sounded like you crossed that a second ago. Okay, please continue.
Antonio took a version of his grandsire's name, von Corbin, as a way to try to gain favor, even. But he was never allowed into the inner sanctum.
Was he originally von Corbin or von Corbin?
Von Corbin.
Okay.
Eventually, I was asked to find out exactly where his allegiances lie. Because the Ventrue don't trust. And you are constantly asked to prove yourself, to make sure that the Ventrue are continuing to provide you with their support.
Just gonna text Fluffy, where are those bottles?
You hear a knock at the door.
She gets up, opens the door.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. There you go. Pops down 2 bottles of red Hennessy. For those who don't know, it's Blood Hennessy.
It's fair.
And proceeds to take a nice big tumbler. Offers you one.
She takes it.
Anybody else?
Grabs the bottle.
Well, that's what that was for. But okay.
But this
gonna
one's
have-
open.
Okay.
Since I've arrived here, I've been told no less than 5 times not to accept something.
From her.
From me.
Just saying.
The rest of them are fairly benign.
I don't know. piss me off.
relative.
I said fairly.
And besides, just, it's abhorrent.
It's fair.
Upend, babe.
She sips, puts it down.
Okay, so at this point, wow. I won't lie, I have a ton of questions, but none of them are relevant to what we're dealing with. So, and a lot of them are probably personal bullshit, and maybe one of these times we'll get drunk and talk about it together. But for our immediate situation, we need to wake him up. We need to find out what he knows.
We need to destroy him immediately.
No.
Why not?
Do that and we lose whatever mystery.
Because I
we've
want to
got.
know what the fuck I'm dealing with first.
We
Then
don't know
we'll
that the-
destroy it.
We don't know that SI doesn't have more of them. And if the rumors out of Atlanta are true, they do. And if the rumors I've heard in other areas are true, they possibly do. We need to know as much about these things, whatever they are. What, to coin a phrase, black magic voodoo bullshit they're up to.
In this case, I believe it is more important that we destroy it to find out how easily we can kill it.
We can do it after we figure out what it is.
Wake it up and it can influence you.
Who said anything about actually waking it up? Not me.
What else is there to do?
We call it
There's
a
no other.
specialist.
What specialist is there in this? Freeze it, burn it, destroy it.
That's assuming freezing and burning will destroy it.
Well, as we all are grossly aware, fire is a great cleanser.
Tamina, he's got a point. I mean,
Fire doesn't get rid of everything.
I've never seen anything like that. That's not right.
Yeah.
So that's why freeze it, burn it,
She's gonna
destroy
think.
it.
Was there a John Carpenter movie where they did that?
The Thing. Yeah, that was a week's worth of nightmares. That was.
She's gonna think back and just replay in her head over and over the evening, the vision, and just trying to get a grasp of what else is there besides, because it's obviously it's at least partially Antonio, but not all Antonio.
Okay.
And it was able to get into our heads.
Well, and that's just it. They had to drug you to do that. They drugged you and they put you in some sort of device.
Yeah,
You guys had all sorts of wires coming off you when we first showed up.
Really? Was
Yeah.
it a lot of virtual reality?
Well, no. It was bordering on Matrix, honestly. You just didn't have quite all the.
What? Did I have a
We
puzzle-
just weren't jacked in.
I ju-
Well, you were, but not.
Feel the back of my. Do I have a jack holes in the back of my head?
You do not have a jack hole in the back of your head.
As opposed to jack holes running about in the.
Oh
But
my God.
There were. I know you're the story I'm telling, but since I'm a storyteller.
No, that's totally fine. Go for it.
When you guys were recovering, you will have noticed there were sticky patches at various points.
Okay.
Not quite like an EEG, but very close.
But something to adhere something to your
That
skin.
there were obviously probes or something on there, and some of them may have been a little sore where needles did go in.
Okay.
There's reason she's back to wearing wigs.
Okay. So not quite Ghost in the Shell.
No, not quite close.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm hearing nothing that's telling me that we should experiment with it. We should just destroy it.
I think we should find out what the fuck it is before we destroy it.
Well, we know what it is.
No, we don't.
We don't.
Really?
What is it?
We just know what it is.
Okay, hang on. No, I want to hear what the pretentious asshole ones say that it is.
It's-
What is it?
It's an abomination. It doesn't need to exist. Just destroy it outright. And if they have more of them, then we'll know what to do when we see them.
And if we fail to destroy it the first time?
We
Find another way. We will find a way.
And what if
Assuming we
you're...
haven't pissed it off to begin with.
If it can move while it's frozen in nitrogen, that is an amazing feat right there. If it can move after it's being burned in a crematorium, that's an amazing feat right there. But if it can do any of those things, then it's far beyond our capabilities. And it's
Not
far
wrong.
beyond the capabilities of the SI to control.
He's not wrong.
Tamina looks at all of you. Okay, so I completely agree. Whatever that was, not okay. That said, playing a bit of devil's advocate just because you need to know everything before you pass judgment. Have you tried talking to it?
That's where we were starting to go. The video you saw was when we first started to slowly start to wake him up. I've currently got him under effectively a chemically induced coma.
Okay.
And he's stored in a secure facility that only I have the access to. Well, initial access only I have. The rooms he's in specifically, only myself and
It's a
Aliana
double
together.
requirement.
A two-key door, essentially.
Yes.
Okay. So
I don't fuck around with security.
It's only paranoia if they're actually not out to get you.
I understand where you're coming from. I do. If this is something that is going to be used against us as a society, we should probably understand what it is. If it is not understandable, not communicating, not able to communicate, and it
Warehouse.
is deemed a threat,
Maybe
then
we'll
I
grab
have
a
no
couple of them,
problem
maybe
going
go back
ahead
to them
and
for a couple of them, put them on tripods.
killing it.
Well, it goes beyond just killing it. This is a destruction thing. There should
That's-
be no remains.
I mean, that is completely and utterly fair. If it is something that we cannot reason with or somehow figure out what it is,
No,
You
there's...
clearly weren't paying attention when you were in there. There's a full decontamination suite built into that room.
Oh, well, I have no concerns about its containment. I have every concern about what it can do if awoken. Because
and
we've
if
seen
it-
what it can do, and the three of you can see very clearly what it can do under the right circumstances. Under the wrong circumstances, who knows?
So at that point, what we do is if we wake it up, one of y'all sitting out there with a button. No offense intended, not you. And if things look like they're getting out of hand, push the button, everybody in the room gets frozen. It's not hard to change out halon for nitrogen. Move a hose. And
yeah.
then from there, if we have to freeze it, I'd appreciate it if you tried to pull us all out. I really would. But if we can't, I get it. I'll haunt you forever. But pull us out, close it, and then hit the decontaminate button. And it's going to go from 0 to 2,500 degrees real quick.
So freeze it and melt it.
Freeze it and incinerate it. I'm talking Celsius, honey. I ain't talking Fahrenheit.
Wow. That's
Or Kelvin even.
No, we don't need to go to Kelvin.
That's a lot.
So you want to talk about freezing and melting? It's doable. But
At least like to know what we're destroying first.
Because I can guarantee it's going to have no value to us at all. It is not something that we can
Much like
use.
the people you called at Fox.
Well, those people are at Fox. I didn't have a lot of expectation there.
This is Fox. They've not much value to begin with.
Yeah. And besides, when you put a person on the phone with money, you have to have some kind of explanation. But all that aside, the threat that this thing is, and I know it's no longer what you knew. This is something different. Lord knows what's happened between the time that your family pulled him away from you and now. But clearly, something happened. something unknown, something horrific, and something abominable.
I'm going till he's finished. Storyteller.
Yes.
The discs that had been, the computers that had been grabbed when we did the rescue, and their hard drive contents we've been poring over. Was any information that might give us a hint as to what we're dealing with pulled off of them?
Excellent question. Go ahead and roll investigation and technology for me.
That's you, honey.
All of us? All right, yeah.
And we're doing it with a computer.
Investigation, yeah. So can I throw technology on top of that too?
Blood die.
It's amazing you can
Yep,
fit
don't
all of
forget your
those.
blood die.
I can't
Let's see here.
fit them all in there.
Oh
Yeah,
my
let's see,
gosh.
one, two,
Because I'm trying to think, what else would I need? Let's see,
okay,
investigation.
let's, what can I throw intelligence on top of it?
Well, it's what, again, what's the rules?
Yeah, it would be intelligence investigation.
Intelligence
Yeah,
investigation.
intelligence investigation and
And you said
and
technology.
technology,
Technology.
please.
Okay, there we go. That seemed like a better hand.
Okay, yeah, there, oh,
Better.
I need more
Wait.
die, hold on.
2 rolls. Hands are too small.
Okay, let's see here.
It's good enough.
That's a decent roll, I
5
suppose.
successes.
Okay.
So it's one, let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Yeah,
5.
if it just that, then you'd be
6.
fucked.
Okay, I got 6 successes on that.
Okay. 6
One's a crit.
and 5.
Oh no, the crit's on the blood die.
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
A
that,
crit will break a tie, but in order to get the extra points, you have to roll 2 crits.
Yep. All right. So between the two of you, you have found quite a bit of information. This is a weird-ass concoction neither of you have come up with, neither of you have seen before. However,
okay.
somehow or another, the SI has figured out not only how to combine certain attributes of one creature with another creature. They have managed to meld these things together.
An amalgamation of
An
some
amalgamation of some
Like
sort.
a chimera?
Yeah, basically. For lack of a better term. What started out as a way to possess a dead body has, in fact, according to the data that you're reading now, created a completely new creature. Although they had to have some sort of a control over it, and it's not really horribly clear exactly how at this point because you're still sifting through all of the data. There's a lot that's there. There's 80 years worth of it that's there that they have either uploaded or have extrapolated from other groups. First and foremost, the fact that they were even looking to possess a dead body in the first place, and they're supposed to be oh so Christian, that in of itself is a huge red flag.
Were there differences, or like, were there notes, like, so does the fact that they were taking a blank body versus a normal body, did that prove to be a difference in their research?
It seemed to be that was the huge difference because it was already dead per se, and there was no there were DNA imprinted memories rather than actual brain memories.
Yes.
That's where there seemed to be, through most of the research, what they're pointing at as this is why this was a much more successful way of going about and creating this thing.
Okay,
And
so
now, very important, did they document the steps they went through to make this happen?
Yes.
Oh,
yes,
good.
they did.
Oh, good.
Did they
Wanna burn
document
something?
what
Burn
they
that.
called it?
They called it something along the lines of, it translates loosely to Fomori, but it's not what you've ever heard of as a Fomori. a traditional Fomori was something that was basically a burrowing demon.
A Bane, specifically.
Yeah, Bane
Yeah,
spirits.
that would simply, it was, you know, you had a group of whatever sort of hive mind type ideal coming into an empty body and being contained within it and basically puppeting it. This is not that. This is something different.
And these are notes on specifically Antonio's case?
Yes.
Okay.
There's also indication that they sent information on how to make these to other SI locations across the United States.
Did they write down why they did it?
Infiltration and information.
Matches the rumors from Atlanta.
Did they write down how they controlled it?
It seems to have been mostly controlled by way of a combination of electroshock therapy and some sort of a drug combination that they had.
Okay, so
Does any details
drugs
on
and
the chemical
Pavlov.
compound?
The chemical compounds that you grabbed were actually part of what was controlling him, or at least keeping him to a point of being able to be
Being
controlled.
Alright. Well, you wanted to know how to control it.
Oh, no, I don't want to control this. I want it destroyed. There's no reason to have this here. It's too much of a threat to us. But
Dawn
we
is a
can,
threat to us.
we can use that information the next time one shows up. I'm getting the impression that this is very much a throw it at the wall, see what sticks kind of
Science.
Science. Weird science.
Tamina shrugs. That does seem to be most of the SI's shtick, as it were.
Especially in Lane.
They don't have much. They have an awful lot in the way of imagination. Probably a lot more than they should, and too much money and not enough brains.
Oh, the usual posh git then.
Well, I suppose posh religious git. Although considering my
Pious git.
background,
Pious git. There we
well,
go.
yeah,
Well, no, not really.
but not really
Because-
because
'cause a
considering
pious
what they're
git-
doing.
Pious git wouldn't actually be futzing about with one of these things. we're talking
Cultish.
about. There
Use
we
the
go.
word cultish.
There we go.
That's better.
Society of Leopold.
I prefer
Yeah.
papists, but, you know.
Oh, don't get me started on the papists, mate.
No, don't worry, I'm right there with you.
Takes another big ol' ass swig. Anyways,
So
Somebody else talk for a while.
so this is what we know.
So that is what you know. That is what.
Give me 72 hours.
72 hours?
If I haven't, it's controlled. It's daisy chained. If by then I haven't gotten a better answer, you can torch the fucking thing.
Well, I would prefer that if you
You'd like to do it yesterday. I get this.
I would know. I would prefer that if you don't find a better answer within 24 hours, that you destroy it. Form a pool, please, to defend against my mesmerism.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Manipulation and dominate. And you get to
boy.
spend a rouse.
Okay, and what's
Oh
the
dear,
defense?
that one.
Oh, and aren't
That's
you
a good
hungry?
question.
Are you still hungry?
No.
Oh, good.
Oh
good.
God, no. No, you don't want to see her hungry. There'd be blood splatter.
Oh, shit.
My charisma plus my dominance.
Quite literally, there would be blood splatter.
Plus your intelligence minus resolve. Or I'm sorry, intelligence plus
Plus
resolve.
resolve.
But
Yep.
not you, don't worry.
Oh, you're not pulling it
No,
out?
no, no.
Oh, well, that's fine then.
I only had her gaze. remember?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
And then, of course, sorry, charisma dominant. Charisma. I get one blood die, right?
Yes.
Well, no, that's, you're replacing one of the regulars with a blood die.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah,
And
so pick a color to
then-
represent your blood
Versus
type.
intelligence and resolve.
Yeah.
You can use one of these if you
Oh,
want.
no, I got it.
So a handful.
A handful.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's any. Nah, I don't have any other things. So stack onto this, I think. Hold on for a second. Let's see here. Unless, no, that probably wouldn't figure in. I'm just wondering if status and things like that figure into a case like
Nope.
this.
No,
Not
not
in-
with this one.
Not with a NOS.
Okay.
Usually doesn't work that way.
Success is a 6 or better?
6 or
6
better.
or better.
Okay, it looks like you got a better than average chance.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4.
In other words,
5.
yeah,
She beats
you.
it.
She beat me?
She beat you.
Okay.
Yep.
And she probably noticed what you did.
Well,
And-
that's a different role.
Yeah.
I think.
She's
That's-
also cranky because, she's cranky.
So maybe-
She's because you are so cranky and so not having any of this.
Now, granted, any kind of mesmerism, had it worked, of course, she would have thought it was her own idea.
Yeah. She just looks at you.
Glare at that.
72 hours. It's going to take that long to get the information back from around the world. 24 doesn't work with our kind. We don't sleep or don't do stuff during daylight hours. And some parts of the country, parts of the world, it's summer.
And daytime.
Don't even give me that look. Take your stick and shove it back up your butt. 72. And if he'll make you feel better, I'll help you push the fucking button.
Just as long as I have your confidence.
I don't know that you have our confidence.
Fourth shot.
Yeah.
Don't ask. It was a long
So,
long 24 hours.
any other questions you have of me at this point?
Well, considering everything you said matches what I've researched,
I'm not surprised. I told you I will tell you everything that I can.
She just starts typing something on her phone.
anything from you?
Not quite sure what good,
Trinisa gets a
good
text.
questions to be asking.
Okay.
yet.
What do you want to do with him? She says him, not it.
She texts back. There was a time I might have said I was in love with him.
That explains a few things.
But throughout my life, I've learned that that amount of connection is far too dangerous for me. And inevitably, I am shunted aside.
Upon receiving that response, a single blood tear forms and just starts dropping down. Trinisa, did there turn out to be any truth to the suspicions that caused them to give you the order to stake him? Was he guilty of what he was charged with?
They never told me. They told me they would clean up the mess. And then Alistair told me that I was to be sent here. And they installed me as the sheriff here. I was told it was so that things would quiet down, and then I would be allowed to come back, and I would take my place in the house because I had done what was asked. I have not been invited back.
Thank you for answering our questions. It is most appreciated. And trust me, you have nothing to worry about regarding your position or future function, despite what certain individuals say. You're too damn good at your job.
I do my best to maintain what I can. Above and beyond that is what it is. I would not mind being in a next room, but I don't believe that it would be a good idea for me to be in the same room with him.
No, it is a matter of safety. I would actually insist that you weren't.
Thank you.
Okay, schoolgirl, you've been really quiet over there. What's your take on all this?
I don't like it, but I'd rather know what we're dealing with than just nuke it out of hand.
With what we know now, just killing it
An awful
leaves
waste.
it
Yeah.
awfully wide open for them to do it to any of us were one of us to
Fall into their clutches.
have a misunderstanding like the former prince did.
I don't get it.
You're better off.
Fair.
Naturally, you die.
Or turn into whatever this thing is.
Ding ding.
Ugh. I'd rather die.
When does the specialist arrive?
It's gonna take another 24 hours. Because this one does not like flying. But he's flying.
Daytime, wonderful.
He's, flying cargo.
Oh, he's packed himself in a box, has he?
Yeah.
He's trapped in a box.
All right, then at this point,
It's an old-fashioned thing.
Yes.
I would suggest we wait till tomorrow night, then let the specialist take a look. And then from there, decide our next move.
You might like the specialist. Or you might run screaming, just so you know.
Oh, well, thanks for the heads up. Do any of you mind if I forward this on to London then?
I already sent it to Mort.
Do you
Like,
mind-
I'm gonna ask permission for something that I
You're
expect you to do.
What are you wanting to forward to London?
whatever it is that we've got.
Oh, sweetheart, just give it to Diana. She'll send it over to London and to the rest of it.
Yeah.
She'll
then
do it.
The,
Do it.
The
Done.
details, yes.
Yes.
The discussions, no.
No, just what we've pulled off the
Yes.
hard drives. Fine.
Please, by all means.
Actually, as a matter of fact, the specialist already knows and probably sent a quick warning to Diana.
And
Anyways,
in all honesty, we may also want to consider that this type of information can be used inappropriately, and maybe we should just destroy it along with the body.
Well, I wouldn't recommend sending the how-tos. I'd keep the
No,
how-tos
no,
secret.
oh yeah, definitely.
Well,
Oh,
then, yeah, what we
Yeah, no, no.
found and we've taken care of it.
Yeah, just
That's a good
the
report.
the what we've got, but not
The-
the how we got
the
here.
what we found,
Or not the how it was created.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
There
what
are,
it is,
forgive me, there are certain individuals within your clan who are stereotypically experimental.
Tamina snorts.
He's not wrong.
No,
And-
that's a fair
And
assessment.
there are some who would say, "Oh, I see the problem here." Try and reproduce it.
Let's try it
and-
this way.
Yeah, and then and form variations on a theme.
Doing things because they can, not because they should.
Yes, yes. Yeah, we spent so long wondering if we can.
Still staring at him. I still have an extra ball of uppers.
Sorry, couldn't help myself.
You know, one of these days, Lancaster, I may have to introduce you to some dragon friends. Okay.
Little
Well,
extra
That was
lube.
apparently a very, very fun experience to watch.
So,
Is that some term for Chinese?
yes.
Sure, why not?
are we finished here then?
Oh, sorry. Thank you very
Yeah,
much. Yes.
we're good.
Sorry to have dragged you off.
No, that's fine.
Sorry to make you have to go through that.
Tamina says, I have let my Seraph know
Yes.
of what is happening.
Oh, the Caliph?
Yeah, the Caliph. This is a situation in which all of us need to be very careful.
Are they sending someone?
Not as of yet. It's going to depend on how this resolves.
Are they going to need FaceTime or are they still on ear time?
We're working on that. At this time, because this has the potential of, for lack of a better term, riding off the rails.
I like the term going global.
The rest of the Banu Hakim need to be made aware on
That they
how
exist.
that they exist and how to deal with them.
If there's any piece of information that I would want the Banu Hakim to have, it's how to destroy these things.
As soon as I know.
There is also, however, the potential, I'm not saying that we will or won't, but there is a potential that we not destroy this thing. And if, don't give me that look, if, it's a huge if, but if it turns out that we did not, there needs to be justification as to why. And that justification needs to be passed through and understood.
And a better justification than just, I don't like it.
A better justification than just, well, he seemed like a nice guy.
Quiet ones are the ones you gotta watch out for.
Hey.
Ain't that the truth?
Oh, wait, no, I do
Tell me
resemble
wrong.
that.
I've destroyed
You're right.
people for worse, and I've destroyed people for less. But there has to be a reason. Simply not liking someone is not a reason.
Are
There
we
has
still
to be a
speaking about Antonio here?
Yes, and there
Because-
has to be, there is a balance that has to be determined between the threat versus whether or not this thing is a sentient being that is able to understand what is happening.
You think sovereignty's gonna matter to this
I have
individual?
no idea. I don't know what it is.
No, I
I'm
mean
not going
for-
to, I'm,
With regards to this situation, I understand your position, but in all honesty, if my assessment of the situation is correct, I believe you should discuss with Trinisa just what happened. And if you haven't at length, then I can understand. But if you have, and you still don't understand where the problem, threat, and severity of this issue lies, then maybe you should speak with her again. Maybe you should speak with our fair Nosferatu. Maybe we should speak with our intellectual Tremere. But in all honesty,
I'm almost feel snubbed.
oh, you weren't there. You didn't have an intimate connection with Antonio. But from everything I've heard, and considering that some people seem to have a rather shaky feeling even just thinking back on the situation. The last thing we want to do is have one of these things thrown at our Justicaria.
Wow,
All
that's
that,
a fight.
I still want to know what it is.
If it comes down to it, an abomination is the easiest way to describe it. And
Abomination's too broad.
Yeah.
but it's a broad enough determination to
Technically,
kill it.
we're all abominations.
I beg to differ, but that is personal.
Money isn't everything.
Again, I had reserved the right to differ. Now,
But brains and beauty go a fair way.
when it comes to this creature, I do not believe that this creature is any more Antonio than
Oh, undoubtedly not.
this creature is not worth saving. I don't see a reason to save it yet. I'm not in the camp of should we kill it? I'm in the camp of why save it. So, and I'll continue to refer to it in this fashion because we really truly do not know what it is. We have a name, we have some ideas of what it might be, what it could be,
How
but
it
we've
comes to be.
seen its potential, and its potential is horrifying under the right circumstances. Under the wrong circumstances, it's immeasurable. But once again, you'll do your research. You have means by which you can explain this to other people, including your Caliph. And at this way, they'll know how to destroy it, what to look for, and how to spot the signs. But really, that's it. That's all you need. It should be destroyed. And there is no way to alter that aspect.
Janisa looks at all of you. So, are we finished here?
Go
then?
get dinner. Go get dinner. It'll be calming.
I already ate.
Go do something relaxing then, because you both need it.
All right. Alexandra, I will be in touch. Yes.
Yes.
And she gets up and leaves. Tamina does not follow her.
Right now, I am the only one who knows the location of this facility. It's not true. One other person does, and it's not you.
That's true.
Did she think to... Yes, she did. No, she's the only one who knows.
Okay. All right. Tamina looks around. All right. With that, I am going to go find something to do.
Do you want to be present for
The autopsy, the vivisection,
impersonal
the interrogation.
investigation/interrogation?
Yeah, I think that would be probably a good idea.
I do too. In fact, you are one of the few I would trust to be at the button.
Yeah, yeah. I think I'll be sharpening some things.
I think the term is closure.
No, we'll fling things open.
So she gets up,
We'll come to that.
she leaves, and you are left to your devices.
All right. Specialist arrives tomorrow, you said?
He gets here tomorrow.
Okay. I've got a show to prep for tomorrow night.
That's
so,
fine. He and I have to have a long, long talk.
so I'm going to go...
Which is the other reason I needed more than 24.
I am going to go get some fresh air because things are a bit stale and stuffy.
Mm-hmm.
And
I'm taking this bottle with me.
Knock yourself out, girl.
I'm taking that one too.
All right, and I think with
Storage.
Just go put on
Yes.
your
As
helmet.
somebody that's never actually been to where are we now currently?
Embers.
You're in
Dante's?
Embers.
As somebody who's never actually
yes,
what's going on out in the public spaces?
Is it-
nothing.
Nothing.
Okay.
Uh,
been closed.
Embers closed in the midst of the pandemic.
Dante's is where the fun's at.
Dante's is where the fun is at this point. Then when they reopened, they revamped themselves, and they're where it's where to be on a Friday or Saturday night
For that community.
for that particular community.
So they kind of relocated everything that way?
No,
community are we talking about here?
so
Oh, one moment.
Embers was pretty much, other than CC Slaughters, is pretty much the only LGBTQ focused dance club, and it closed in during the pandemic. It has not reopened, and in fact, the family, and this is in real life, the family actually had to sell it when the original owner passed away suddenly. The family simply did not feel that they had the wherewithal to run it properly. And I don't blame them, honestly. It is a huge undertaking to take on a full city block of dance floor with bar.
Oh.
2 bars
Oh, it's one
and a
of those.
drive show.
And a variety show. Yeah.
So it's a lot.
Yeah, I don't, yeah.
It was quite a hopping.
It was fantastic. It was one of my favorite places to go.
All the things I miss because I live in fucking Longview.
Yeah, sorry. So in this particular venue, it has been repurposed as an asylum meeting zone for the kindred.
Okay.
It is a neutral
It's not
bounds.
quite Elysium, but
It's
real
not
close.
yeah, it's not quite Elysium. It is real close. It is understood that you can have meetings there without fear of attack or retribution. And you can have
Someone came really close to violating this evening.
yeah, but you can have several different clans coming in and chatting with one another without fear of suddenly really going up against it. It is bad form to go through and to do anything to break that.
Okay.
Especially since the owners of the property sort of appreciate the fact that yes, it is still being used. It is simply quietly being used.
Gotcha.
So
Okay, so
we
it's sort of-
like quiet. We don't like, the Lollipop Guild coming in and deciding that they're going to do whatever it is that they're going to do with bubblegum lights and whatnot. So
Fair enough.
let's not have that happen, shall we?
Alrighty.
So that's where the venue is at this point.
Okay. And then you say everything's kind of shifted over to Dante's. Then, is that right?
Everything is pretty much shifted over to the other side of Burnside at this point.
Okay.
Other than we still have Darcel's, which is a couple blocks down, but it's not a dance hall. It's just a review. So you've got CC Slaughters, I believe, is still open. There's a couple of other places that are open. Dante's does have a dance floor, although it's smaller, but it's mainly towards a stage review most days.
This guide brought to you by the LGBTQ Portland Visitors Bureau.
Yeah.
Man, I
So
need to get my ass down here more often.
There
Yeah,
are a lot of cool things.
there are a lot of cool things that happen, especially along the Burnside and along the adjacent Harvey Milk Avenue, previously known as Stark Street.
Stark
Yep.
Street. Yep.
So
Okay. Yes, I'm familiar with that because I haunt
yeah.
Powell's quite a lot.
So, just to bring it back, because I'm
Yes.
assuming we're heading towards break.
yes,
Alex is just going to reach over, pat you on the shoulder, say, "We'll get through this. Enjoy your drink." She's going to stand up, start to put her helmet on. Basically, goes, "You really need to learn some fucking manners." Puts her helmet on, closes the lid, and walks out. Gets on her bike and heads home.
okay.
Okay. I'm actually going to make my way back towards Dante's.
Excellent.
See what that's all about.
All right.
And
You-
just out of curiosity,
Yes.
when I did my mesmerism earlier, I believe I failed the rouse check.
Failed the
So I put you up
okay.
to hunger.
Too hungry.
You
Okay.
are now
How
at
does-
too hungry, and
How does one
you're
relieve the hunger?
You
You go find
Oh,
food.
You go find food.
You find
You're-
somebody.
Your beast, you pride yourself being in constant control. External and internal, you are in
know.
control.
I don't know where that idea came from. But then
The hunger hits you like a Mack truck. You feel your fangs start to slide forward when you know you had control of it 5 seconds ago. That's not acceptable. But it is slamming against the inside of your brain, screaming at you that you need to go find someone right now who is worthy, because if you don't, there is going to be some major.
So where are you heading right now?
Let's head back to that other club.
There's a level
where
of
we first met.
control that is just when you are that tightly wound down, that beast is just itching.
I may join you.
All right, suit yourself.
Need a little sip.
Suit yourself.
Don't take him in the back.
What?
Jonathan's home.
Definitely take him in the back.
Jonathan's
I'm
home.
not there, but
All right, so you guys head off to Embers. You guys head off.
Dante's.
Oh,
Dante's,
Dante's.
yes.
Yep. Sorry. See, there we go.
Yeah, there you go.
God, good times. Heading off to Dante's. You guys head off to your
I'm
respective.
staying here.
Oh, you're staying here. Okay. All right.
Before I walk out the door, I'll let you know. If you need me, text me. You know.
Oh, don't worry. I'm good.
In all
Fluffy
honesty,
pokes his head around the corner. Do you need me, hon?
Have they left?
Yes, they have gone.
We've departed.
Bring me
yes.
an axe.
Pixar, it didn't happen, darling.
Okay.
Yep.
He comes in with a fire axe from one of the things and hands it to. Should I stay or should I? You know, I'm gonna go. Plausible deniability is fantastic, and he turns and leaves.
Give me 20 minutes. I'll need a cleanup.
Okay. And with that, we're going to go to break. Oh,
Not yet,
no?
not yet, not yet.
Oh, okay.
Hitting it with lethal body.
Oh, please do.
I'm gonna
yes.
punch it.
Oh!
She's hitting it with the axe with lethal body.
Oh shit.
All right, all right.
How
Go
much
for it.
potency? How much potence have you
Oh,
got?
that's all I got.
Oh, okay.
But that's
That's
strength
an
too,
oomph.
right?
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh, that's
strength
an
and potence.
That's a big oomph.
Yeah, it's a big oomph.
And I think lethal body's a rose check.
Oh, for sure.
Most disciplines are.
Haha.
Which, oh, you pass, so no worries.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
1. That's all you really need.
Success. I mean, it's a chair. It's not going to fight,
Fight
back.
me back.
Yeah.
You do
It's gonna
find
splinter.
you do find that it's a little more well built than you were expecting it to be.
Just keep hitting it
You
till
just
it's
keep hitting it.
splitting
Okay. Takes you, I would say, it takes you probably about 30, 40 minutes rather than the 20. Fluffy, however, is smart enough to keep on
no,
the
it's
other
fine, don't
side of the door while he's still hearing all of this. Plausible deniability. It's a thing.
Are you yelling and screaming various
No,
profanities?
I'm
You
just finishing off the open bottle.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah. All right.
All right.
Okay.
I like her when she's angry.
So with that, yeah, it,
The chairs
As-
now know.
as you reach to a point where there's really literally nothing to hit that is standing, it's all sort of in there. There are fluff, there's velvet, there's silk puffs everywhere. Dark mahogany is now in just splinters, ravaged across the floor as it
You've lost your chair.
sits
mate.
there and just sort of. And,
Oh boy.
and you finally you get to a point where you realize, okay, all right, I think I'm done.
It's dead.
And you see this just
Pile of kindling.
chaos and just it's yeah,
You're
Just a
remarkably
pile of
contained.
matchwood.
it's a pile of matchsticks basically with some fluff and the occasional dark brass fabric tack.
That was oddly cathartic.
And with that, we're gonna go to break.
And with that, now we're gonna go to break. All right, we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Thank you.
Oh man.
And we're back. For real this time.
For real.
So, the previous night you've had a meeting with Trinisa and Tamina.
Are we doing the next night or are we doing the night after that? Because this night, the immediate next night would be radio show.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's right.
Yeah,
And
'cause-
we
But-
still have a
and
Dante
we still
run.
have a Dante run.
And we still like, yeah, we have a Dante run.
Oh yes, let's
Yes,
visit.
let's
let
do the
let us
Dante
visit
run.
Dante's, shall we?
I'm going to need to leave him give him a room.
So you, Dante's is. I use the term meat market.
It's spelled M-E-E-T.
And I mean, there's
Isn't something like a suit, is it?
no,
Okay.
no, because Dante's actually leans hard into this.
Okay.
There are certain clubs in the world that exist pretty much solely for the evening hookup. This is one of them. Music is probably at a base decibel that is enough to rattle most humans' teeth out their skull.
Oh, goody. I'm going to make sure my Auspex is switched off. For this.
You can hear it outside,
Or feel
you
it
can
more
feel
likely.
it more
Yeah, I was
likely.
gonna say,
There,
yeah, feel
I mean,
more.
there's some trouble in there too, but you can definitely. It is a definitive unsa, 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 and you can't help yourself. I mean, there's just a level of just.
It's like a heartbeat. You
Yeah.
just have to bounce to it.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it is almost hypnotic in it, and it's like Night at the Roxbury for you. Not having had any real experience here in Portland, and for the most part, your circles have maintained, for the most part, opera houses, tea socials.
Ballet
The
houses.
occasion ballet houses. You have gone out for an evening's cotillion. You go to, someone's home to talk about the latest in whatever esoteric, higher mind societal ideas. Because that's what you do. You're an upper echelon. This is completely backside of the moon shit for you. You really are not quite sure exactly what is going on, but you want to go, and your beast is like, no, really, we're going there because you can smell, somebody's got to be in there. You're not quite sure exactly who, but somebody's got to be in there. It doesn't even matter at this point, kind of, sort of. Your beast is like, I'd be okay with, I don't know, maybe in the low thousands at this point. That'd be great. I'm hungry.
Feed me, goddammit.
Me, Seymour.
So you both walk in. The doorman kind of looks at you. Okay. Looks at you.
Ooh, daddy.
I'll just hand him whatever bill's in my pocket. It's probably 100.
It's 100.
So,
He's
yeah.
like, okay.
Welcome.
And he welcomes you both in.
Okay.
And you are suddenly surrounded. There is just this overwhelming, there's, your senses are almost overwhelmed. There are lights flashing everywhere. There is smell of alcohol, fried foods, body odor,
Sex.
overwhelming sex smell, everything. It's a lot to take in all at once.
Take a quick whiff in the air to see if I can't spot somebody who might meet my
In your
needs.
tax bracket.
There are a couple people who could potentially be up in that way. One of the things that Dante's does do on Fridays and Saturday nights is they do open night, basically an open night performance venue, and talent scouts come in there. Now, they're not in the 100,000s, but they definitely have connection. So they might not necessarily meet your income needs,
6-figure, but maybe 5-figure.
but their connections are definitely palpable.
Okay, I can see that.
They know the people to talk to. They know the screw to twist, as it were, to make sure that their ideas and their connections and their influence is met. And you can tell pretty quick where they are. There's two of them. There's one on this side and there's one on the other side of this stage.
Do they have any typical areas reserved for high roller type
No.
individuals here?
No, Dante's
We're in
is
a-
still
we're in a nightclub,
pretty.
not a casino.
Dante's pretty lowbrow when it comes to that. I mean, you're talking. You don't have coasters. Heineken and Miller Time is pretty much what they serve as far as it's the local beer, but and more microbrew than anything. But it is still pretty average. Beer and cocktails, locale, with a lot of fried foods to go along with it. It's pretty standard. Broadway fare. That said, they do have some high shelf liquor. Aviation gin is being served here now that Mr. Reynolds has gone ahead and inserted his influence into Portland. So, of course, they've got to grab their little niche of it in there, too.
Love you, Ryan.
Hi, Ryan.
Sponsor us, please.
So,
Maybe you should.
So, what are you in the mood for?
You're on your own, mate. Disappear into the crowd somewhere.
okay.
Oh, storyteller, can I
Oh,
play it, the bartender real quick?
Oh, please.
Oh yes, this I gotta see. Okay.
Oh, please do.
Yes,
This would be
please
lovely.
do.
Thank you. All right. So there are a couple bartenders that are running around. The bartender is up along, or the bar itself is up along the left-hand side as you walk in. There's 3 bartenders, and you've got 4 or 5 waitresses / barbacks that run back and forth throughout the area. And the person that your senses seem to hone in more on is the one that's actually closest to the bar toward the left in front of the stage.
I'm sorry, male or female?
Sort of androgynous, actually. At least from this perspective. They're not looking at you, they're looking at the stage.
And what's on stage right now?
Right now, it is a juggling act of knives and fire. Inferno being what it is.
Fire is not good. Fire is not good.
It is Inferno night, so, I mean, that's...
Oh, no. Okay.
Yeah,
Which is
pretty
why
typical.
Alex didn't go there.
Yeah, we're at Dante's Inferno Club tonight.
Yeah.
So, I assume throwing another bill on the bar will get the attention of the
It will get the
bartender.
attention of the bartender and the 2 people to either side of you, in fact, because
And a
you
couple
just
of
put
patrons down the way.
because in fact you have just put down a $500 bill.
Well, let's just.
Are those even still in circulation?
Yeah, not
Yeah.
yes.
It's
probably an
ish.
older-
It's
They
an
exist.
older
Okay,
one.
It's
yeah, I
an
was gonna say
older
it's
bill.
usually just for
But
money
they're
money
still
from one
legal
bank to
tender.
another.
They are still
Oh,
legal
yeah, I know
tender, and
that.
it's just a much older bill than anybody's
Yeah,
seen for a while.
Would be at least 70 years old.
Yeah.
But so then at that point, I'll scream over the music so that the person can hear me. Please make sure that I'm serviced with top shelf only, and make it whiskey.
Bartender
Whatever's most expensive.
looks you up and down. Does it twice. Looks at the bill. Picks it up. Got something real?
Oh Lord.
Do you pull out that little marker?
Oh, it's old enough that there wouldn't have
There
been a
wouldn't have
marker.
been. Yeah.
There's no
it-
real
it-
way to-
the- yeah.
Okay, yeah.
The marker wouldn't have worked on
I'll
it.
pull out a roll of money and just filter through some and pull out 100. Throw it down.
Marks that one. Okay. Sorry, I've been screwed one too many times.
No, it's completely understandable. I'm sorry, I don't know where this old bill came from.
Right. Goes. Pulls you off the top shelf whiskey. You want it neat or on ice?
Neat, please. No need to water it down.
Throws a double, puts it in front of you.
And if you don't mind, I'm going to cover whatever they're having tonight, pointing over at the individual who I've spotted.
Looks at it.
I'll take care of their tab, whatever it may be.
Leave me the card then, because you've
sorry.
already overspent this.
I'm sorry. I'll pull out more $100 bills and throw them out. I'm not sure what you mean by a card, but
Looks at you really side-eyed.
it's my first time.
Don't say it like that.
Oh, honey. Oh, honey, I have someone for you to meet. This will cover what they've already drank.
Oh, I'm sorry. One more time. Just,
Okay.
However many is in there.
Pops in under the till. Okay. Here's yours. Go have fun.
I'm just going to cover it and
Okay.
move over to the end of the bar.
Okay.
Put between
Hits an
me and the other
intercom
person.
button underneath the bar and says, "Hey, Jonathan, I have someone for you to meet up here. Come on up."
Oh my god!
Because that money threw you away.
Hey. So, you head over to the
The end of the bar-ish.
The end of the
Maybe somewhere
bar-ish.
between that person and
Okay.
the bar for ease.
From what you can see, they are probably about in their early 30s. Looks to be fairly successful. Not richly dressed, but well made, well put together. The pieces that they have on are obviously of quality. Just not flashy. Quietly understated, which you appreciate quite much, quite a lot. Understated is good. Understated means that you know your self-worth without going ahead and pushing it, out into everybody's nose. At which point, suddenly, a completely and utterly overstated, garishly dressed young man in his mid-30s comes gushing over to you.
I'll turn and look at him.
Obviously kindred. Obviously very, very high.
Pupils all might as well be.
Oh, yeah, blown wide.
Fucking model again, didn't he? Oh no!
Oh, you did, didn't he?
Why do you do this?
Shit!
You drank the whole thing.
Shit! Well, he's rebound to you.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he's not on the ceiling.
Guys,
So the waitress will walk over and drop the bottle of whiskey on the table in front of you.
just as an FYI, I rolled a 19.
So it's one less than last time.
It's one less than last time. He
But
did
still,
not.
that's
He didn't
still-
take the whole
He
thing.
knew-
He's
he
got
knew
one
enough to save
final
at least
dose
a little
left.
for later.
Yeah, no, we'll pick me up later. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Well, at least he's not on the ceilings this time.
Oh my God! Hello, my name is Jonathan. How are you?
Good, Jonathan. Nice to finally meet you face to face. I've heard so much about you.
I haven't met you at all. I haven't even heard of you, but I'm so glad to meet you.
Thank you. My name is Lancaster.
Well, it's so
You can call
wonderful.
me Mr. Harrison.
Of course, wonderful to meet you. Yeah. And he puts out his hand to shake your hand.
I don't. I'm sorry to not want to make contact at this point in time, but I understand that a certain veil must be held in this area, and I do not wish to violate that.
Fine.
I'm not saying that I wouldn't violate it. But
I was gonna say, where's the bartender? Where's the music?
Oh, she's sitting here laughing.
Searching through the Spotify, going, oh, where the hell's that goddamn Marvin Gaye?
But I am looking for a more rarefied need this evening.
Of course, if you happen to know exactly what it is that you're looking for, I am, of course, the person to go ahead and talk to. I can get you hooked up anywhere.
Well, that's good to know, Jonathan. Do you happen to understand who may be, I don't know, the most affluent individual in this establishment besides yourself?
Oh, well, darling, not too many people are more affluent than I am. However, that said, yes, actually, Antoine right over here, he's actually right there.
And Antoine is...
Antoine is the person, he points directly to the person that you would be. Yeah.
Oh. Well, tell me something about Antoine.
Ooh, well, what's there to tell? Antoine is actually recently just up from Los Angeles. He's a talent scout for the big WB. I've tried to go ahead and get on his show several times. However, he keeps telling me that I'm just too photogenic for him. He really is quite a sweetheart.
He has an eye.
He does.
Well, is there any way that we can have an introduction? I'm looking for inroads down there.
Oh, please, come with me. Antoine! And Antoine just cringes.
Oh, no.
Oh, God. Yeah? Uh-huh. And you can see this. This is a beautiful individual. Coffee-colored skin, dark cinnamon brown eyes, very close-cropped hair, absolutely perfectly made up with gold eyeliner, and other than the gold, very, very understated. You get almost a sense that they don't do anything that is not exceedingly deliberate. For anything, they don't do anything that's not a deliberate movement, that's a deliberate choice. They are someone who makes decisions very carefully after weighing every single option on the table.
So just as I assume he will commence introductions, but I just want to see, I'm going to pay special attention to the reactions
Okay.
of the individual.
Antoine, darling, I want to go ahead and introduce you to a friend of mine. This is Lancaster Harrison. He's new in town, and he is just looking for some interesting individuals, definitely. And I thought, what wonderful people I know. You're the most wonderful. So I thought I'd go ahead and introduce you. What do you think?
And what do I see? I mean, I'm looking to see if there's an immediate sort of attraction of any kind.
You see a flicker of disdain for Jonathan that is almost immediately replaced with sudden interest.
Well, thank you, Jonathan, for this wonderful introduction. If you would leave us, I would appreciate it.
Get out.
Don't worry, I'll come for you later.
Oh, well, of course. Flutters off in just a flurry of Jonathan.
Oh, God, double entendres are going to kill me.
So nice to meet you, Antoine. I'm interested in what you're doing here because I can tell that you're rarefied. And a place like this seems a little bit out of place for someone of your mystique.
Well, I find talent in rare and individual places. And sometimes you have to go to odd venues to see what's being overlooked.
Sorry, one moment here.
Oh, man. I'm almost not even hunting at this point. I'm just watching this.
Off the side snickering.
Pretty much, yeah. I don't know. I'm drift netting essentially.
You're
Just
drift
wait,
netting,
yeah,
yeah.
wait, see if somebody falls into my orbit.
There you go.
So have you found anyone this evening who sparks your interest?
To be perfectly honest, this is about as dull as it's gotten tonight.
I apologize. Well, whatever comes through this area is as you say, a mix of good and bad. But yes, knives and fire. We all.
Well,
I mean, America's Got Talent, but no, not tonight. But so what are your? I mean, do you plan to close this place down this evening?
I had been considering going to Darcel's, but really we've had our fill on the circuit of drag queens of late. RuPaul really has that sort of
Oh yes.
sewn up. So honestly, if nothing interesting was going to come up in the next 20 minutes or so, I was going to say goodnight.
Oh well, if there's anything I could do to keep you here a little while longer, I'd like to initiate awe in their presence.
You're gonna pull presents on
Well,
me.
yeah, I'm gonna pull presents on just a little bit,
Okay.
just a little bit of awe. It's just that I find you remarkably
Interesting.
delectable.
I have to say that I haven't met anyone quite like you.
Oh
You're,
well, that's because there is no one like me.
You're definitely interesting.
I felt I needed to branch out, and this is my first night here at this establishment, so I'm feeling my own luck when it comes to how things fell out this evening. But if forgive me, I'm not usually this good with meeting people new and then suggesting that.
Why, Mr. Harrison,
I'm just
are
not used to
you
this.
suggesting that we go off into a more secluded location?
If you would think that that is a good idea, then I would not stop it from happening.
Well, Mr. Harrison, the ideas that you're putting into my head.
Oh, please enlighten me, for I'm not sure what I may be doing.
Oh, you come with me, you naughty boy.
Oh, that sounded remarkably suggestive. And one like myself, I don't know if I might.
They put one finger underneath your chin just gently.
Oh my. Oh.
You come with me. And
Why not?
he very gently tugs just a little bit on your beard.
It's only for the night.
Yes. And takes you off into a back room that is circumspect, very nicely lit.
As this is happening.
Yes. I love you.
Tell me you're gonna send us the picture.
I'm not aware of these.
Click.
No,
click.
nope,
These
you're not.
technologies
These
are beyond
technologies
me.
are beyond
Yeah,
me.
I'm just
I have
going
no
back through the
idea.
whole thing. And
You
let's see,
are-
let me see here. Where is the? Oh, here
No
it is. Group-
editing needed.
Yes, group. Yeah, group thread. Let's see. Aliona, Alexandra. Okay. And the capture is just going to be.
Mrs.
Yep.
Darwinson, are you seducing me?
Yes. I was just gonna say, well, this happened, but yes. Why, Mr. Robinson, are you attempting to seduce me? And send.
That is amazing.
I actually typed that in Twitter. I'm like,
So yeah, he takes you, or they take you into a back room that is actually very well appointed, quiet, circumspect, and very clean. And you can do with what you wish in there.
Well, when it comes to what happens now, as I said, this is highly unlike me. I don't do things like this.
I doubt that completely, sir.
I can't imagine that you would think that I'm feigning this.
You come here.
Oh, no, I simply ask that you kneel. And,
Okay.
and is he merely a mortal man?
They seem to be, yes.
Oh, okay.
Can't resist.
Then
Then
can
he
he
cannot
resist
be
my
that.
powers?
No, they
Okay.
cannot.
So then.
You do.
But I do owe you a rouse
Yes,
check, I believe. Hold on
yes.
for a second. Cost free. Oh, that was kneel,
No,
so
that
that
was
was
kneel,
compel.
so it is compel. So no, it is
Yeah.
free.
So to
Yeah, it's
quote
free.
Tom Hiddleston, you don't have to tell me to kneel.
Yes, you don't have to tell me
You
to
don't-
kneel.
Kneel.
Darling, you don't have to tell me to. I'll be more than happy to.
And then at that point, I'm going to move around behind him.
Them.
Move behind them, and lightly place my hands across their eyes
Okay.
from behind, tilting their neck ever so slightly at an angle, and come up closely to their ear and whisper, "I will take this, and you will forget me."
Okay.
And then I will take my blood
Excellent.
that I need.
All right. Excellently done.
Now
Okay.
sleep.
And he
And
very
I'll leave
quietly.
him asleep on the floor.
Okay.
Please put them in a chair. Come on.
Oh, no. I use them, I leave them. That is the way it is.
Yeah.
This is expendable to me.
Posh get. Yeah.
Okay, now that I'm
Yeah.
going to be back on screen, I can
Okay.
compose myself.
So
Okay.
So I
you
come out of the
hear,
back.
"Oi, Liverpool, come here."
Oh, shit!
Oh, no.
It's the bartender. Say,
It's the
"Oi, come
bartender.
here."
Shit. All right. Make my way over. What?
Pulls out the wad of cash that she was given,
Right?
pulls off 200s, pops it down, says, "Ollie says thank you." Puts the rest back.
My compliments. Pocket.
I got busted.
There you go.
Yeah, just pocket the cash. Hey, I'm not above taking 2 bills.
There you go. All right.
All right.
You, there are a number of
probably about the
lovelies
time
there that evening.
Oh, lovely.
From every, I mean, you've got a couple of belly dancers that are out there. You have a couple of people who are there that are look to be out of towners. You have some who are, a couple more who are look like they just finished a full week of work at whatever office or bank that they
Wherever.
happen to be, and they are blowing off steam. So you have your pick of the litter, as it were.
Goody. Oh.
Fortunately for you, what's her name's in Egypt right now.
Right?
Yeah, Felicia's in Egypt right now, but she has been texting you, or
That's okay.
Felicity.
Yeah,
she has been
Felicity.
texting
And how
you.
has she been doing, by the way?
She's
Just as
been-
an aside.
She's been doing very, very well, very happy.
And just kind of inquire if she wishes, if she's thinking about pursuing a longer term commitment in this direction, maybe continuing studies in Egyptology or whatever that would happen to be.
Yeah, I mean, she has indicated that she definitely wants to continue her studies as an Egyptologist, but she would like to focus, more along the lines of the West Coast as well. So perhaps more into down towards the Mayan ruins, so
Okay,
that
yeah,
she's closer to
Mayan.
home.
Mayan and Aztec, yeah, the original Olmec.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Okay, well, yes, the usual platitudes. Much love. Good luck. Enjoy your stay.
Sure.
Hope you find that tomb that you're looking for, Cleopatra's tomb. That would be quite a coup.
It would be, definitely.
All right. Who amongst the crowd?
Oh,
Who seems to want to catch my eye? We're gonna play this little game again.
indeed. Well, go ahead and roll a 6-sided die for me.
I got a 3.
You see a belly dancer off to the left of you who has just finished part of the knife and flame
Knife and
set.
fire?
Yeah, and the knife and fire set. She was one of the 3 dancers that were up there.
A song of knives and fire.
Yep, and she's a little bit out of breath, glowy. She's got makeup and glitter all over.
Tasty.
Mm-hmm.
Bring her
Definitely.
skaties.
You know, would probably be rather nippy on the outside if she were to wear this outside at this point, since it's super cold out. But she's a little glowy. She's just come off the stage.
Well, make my way over. Lovely performance.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
I'm going to try my best American accent tonight.
Oh, okay.
Lovely performance.
Thanks. I appreciate that. My name is Trixie.
Jamie, how are you?
Hi, well, I'm wonderful, thank you. I appreciate your compliment. It's so rare we get anything like that coming through here. You know, a lot of times I just get a lot of the guys wanting to go ahead and just, well, it'd be a little gropey, so, you know.
Kind of creeping on you?
Yeah, a little bit, you know. I mean, it is sort of what it is. It's a venue, so you just gotta kind of deal with it. And some guy comes up right behind her and tries to grab her ass, and she goes, "And you deal with it!" And she stomps him on the his instep, and he wimps and, you know, limps off. And then you move forward.
Well, I am so sorry you have to do. Well,
It is what it is.
Yeah,
I mean, you know.
it is regrettable that this is what the male of the species is capable of.
I mean, unfortunately, it's one of those things when the upper head decides to go ahead and not think and allow the lower head to lead.
Yes.
That's what happens.
Yes.
That's why I like women so much better.
I definitely share that sentiment.
I kind of had that feeling about you.
I try not to advertise it too much because then you get all the other creepers like, ooh.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Can I buy you a drink?
I would love a drink.
Fabulous.
Yes.
Come with me.
Don't mind if I do.
Heads off into one of the more quiet corners. Not that they're relatively speaking in the loud bar that there is.
Yes.
And she's gonna, you know, signals the bartender, gets a couple drinks, and yeah.
Just kind of slide my way in.
What a double entendre that is.
Right up. Yeah, say no more.
Say no more.
Say no more. Wink's as good as a nudge to a blind man, just kind of start working my way into her personal space until I get the impression that she wants me to stop.
Oh, she is not going to give you that impression at all.
Okay.
She likes you.
Oh, well
She
then.
would not have given you the time of day otherwise.
Perfect. All right. Accidentally on purpose, just, as I'm reaching across for various things, brush the hand across and that sort of thing, the usual song and dance of totally innocent and yet totally not intimate contact here and there.
Of course. She's just going to look at you and she's like, "Sweetheart,
Get to the point.
you know, it's Friday night and it's probably about 2:30 in the morning at this point, and I really just want to go ahead and get laid. So, you wanna?"
Bloody hell. Your place or mine?
I mean, I'm like 2 blocks down at the apartment complex. It's just down the
Check,
road.
please.
Already covered.
All right, so
Brilliant.
head down.
Head down.
All right,
And then, yes. Definitely.
and time passes.
Yes, because I'm not a cold-hearted posh bitch like this
Well, tell me how you really feel, Shannon.
Wow.
Well,
And there we are. Yeah. So,
but as much as I regret having to do this, I am gonna have to cloud her memory.
okay.
So that's dominate ones. Do I have to rouse check on that?
Not
No.
Well, yeah.
Not against a mortal. You don't.
Okay, yes, just leave her with
Good memories.
good memories. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, the feeding is a pleasurable experience. So.
Yeah.
Absolutely,
It's
and
ecstatic.
other activities.
Yeah.
The feeding is just going to be that's the icing on my cake.
That is completely utterly fair.
So,
All right.
and then
Head on down the road for you.
and then it's
Okay.
back to my
back to
place
your-
and
Okay.
ready
Have
for
a
the
good
next
evening.
ready for the next good luck, yeah.
All right. So, next night, you are getting ready for your
I'm doing a show.
show.
Yep. I'm counting out my ill-gotten gains.
I've got like 4 hours. If the dusk is basically hitting at 6:37-ish. I thought it was like 4:30, but whatever. She's got like 3-4 hours to get ready, so she's probably in the studio pretty early, quick, and
Yeah.
getting all her notes in order and just taking care of other business as well. But
You get a text message.
Okay.
Your friend has arrived.
This should be fun. Call up Fluffy to say, hey, I need a lift. And we have to stop by the Tremere house.
Oh, okay, sure. The Escalade okay?
That's fine.
All right. He comes around, picks you up in the Escalade, pulls up by the Tremere house. About 25, 30 minutes later. Takes about that much. It's still questionable for traffic. Arrives at the Tremere house. Do you want me to...
No, I just have to grab somebody real quick.
Oh, okay.
Knock on the door.
Who are you knocking up at this hour of the night?
Diana.
Oh.
Celeste opens up the door. May I help you?
I need to see Diana. Tell her Alex is here.
Come in. She turns on her heel and walks in, leaves the door open.
Pretentious. See you next Tuesday.
you're on my list.
Oh, she's been on my list.
Just a list of names.
Takes about 20 minutes. Diana has a routine. Swears by it. Sometimes at it, usually with it. Comes downstairs. Yes?
Are you ready to go pick him up?
Is he here already?
Yes.
All right, then. I suppose.
Let's-
It's... Oh. An Escalade.
Suck it up and get in.
Fine. She gets in.
Still no shit's given time.
It's amazing.
This one.
No talking on the entire way over,
By the
probably.
way,
Nope.
I got hungry on
No.
today's rouse check.
Oh, good. Yes,
Actually-
everybody take a rouse check,
Yes.
please. Sorry, totally forgot.
Oh, I'm still good.
So what happens when you roll a 1?
You potentially, depending on the mood of the DM, go up 2.
Now I do have a herd. If I may take advantage of that.
You had better take advantage of that because you thought that you had quelled
Oh,
things, and it was little. And then you woke up the next morning and you were like, "Rawr." I mean, it's like,
I need some mergers and acquisitions.
yeah.
And a new chair.
Apparently, the level at
doesn't
which
know
you
what's
thought
true.
you had been sated was not the level at which you actually were sated, because that person was not at the level at which you needed them to
Apparently
be.
not.
Apparently you needed a Gates.
Yeah. So I will take advantage of my herd this evening,
Okay.
and also make sure that my resonance is appropriately set to phlegmatic and sanguine.
That's probably a good
Can you
idea.
do 2 Ferris's in one night?
I can.
Oh,
Mr. I can.
Oh, man.
At least if I
So-
interpret that correctly.
on the way.
Oh, God.
On the way there, you see Diana. She's got her phone out. She's getting things together. She'd come with a bag with her, with a small bag of tricks, basically, as a Tremere is wont to do. So, I understand that there's some things that we need to take care of, I suppose?
Probably. You know, if it wasn't proper protocol, I wouldn't have even asked you to come with me.
Well, I do appreciate that you do follow protocol and you recognize it when it's needed.
Not my fault.
So, who is it that you're bringing in?
Uncle Alex
Really? How did you get him to fly?
buried him in a box.
Yeah.
Logic dictates you fly him into cargo.
That sounds about right, yes. He always reminded me of Uncle Fester.
I will give you that one.
So, all right then. So you, takes another probably 45 minutes to an hour to get over to,
Hillsborough.
yeah.
He would've-
He came in
would've
through
Hillsborough.
Yeah. It's a much smaller area, yeah.
Puddle jumping.
Well, you know, sometimes it's easier to go puddle jumping because you're going under the radar.
Yep.
So, yeah.
No
So you get
customs.
no customs, yeah. You arrive and you find a box.
Knock 3 times. Don't come out of there speaking French at me. Pry it open.
Covered dirt. And a single hand.
Grab the hand. Pull it up.
Yep. Uncle Alex actually kind of looks like Uncle Fester.
Yeah.
Kind of. Yeah. And not in that pleasant Christopher Lloyd kind of Uncle Fester. It's the very sort of not quite been dead long enough to behave appropriately, but definitely long enough to start some slippage Uncle Fester.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's not exactly right, Uncle Fester. So yeah, Uncle Alex is here, and Alex kind of eyeballs you. Eyeballs Diana.
I'm sorry, I gotta bring the head of your clan to get this shit going.
Ugh,
Suck it up. Let's do this.
merde.
Told you not to speak French at me,
I'm not speaking it at you.
but you're speaking it.
You said not at you.
Semantics, asshole.
Whatever.
Lucky we're blood.
He goes stomping off, dusting off old grave dust everywhere.
There's a dustbuster in the car.
Whatever. I don't even know what that is.
We'll save the dirt afterwards. It'll get you clean for now.
Fine. He goes stomping off towards the car. Diana's like, oh my god. Really?
You guys picked him.
I did nothing of the sort. I had no control over this at all.
Good. Not my fault.
Ugh. She shrugs. Fine. Goes off to the Escalade.
Families.
All get into the car. And now where are you going? With your lovely family.
What time is it when you pick them up?
Probably about 8:15.
Okay. Her show ends at 11.
We're gonna go back to the Tremere chantry.
Oh, good.
Because it's not going to my house.
It's not going to my house.
Celeste will be so pleased.
Wait a minute. What day of the week is today?
It should be
Thursday.
Saturday now.
Should be Saturday
Oh,
now.
she doesn't have a show. She's doing
No.
pre-work.
Yeah.
Okay, then never mind. She's available anytime you need her.
Body retrieval.
Body
Body
retrieval.
Hey, friends help you move. Best friends help you move the dead bodies.
That's right.
Really, best friends help. Well, adopted family helps you
Yep.
create the dead bodies.
Yes.
Yep.
True.
A good friend will bail you out of jail. A really good friend will be in that cell with you.
Right?
Saying, you want to do it again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So where are you going?
We're going to return Diana to the chantry.
Ah, excellent. All right.
Because she will shit a brick if she has to deal with the rest of it.
Yeah. Do you need anything from me before?
Well, now that we've gotten the pleasantries out of the way,
Oh. Yes.
go blow your nose.
So about
I will need your library later.
Fine, I will let Celeste know, and I will have her give you access to it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Feel like going to the hot cake house, Uncle Alex?
That sounds.
Don't worry, you don't have to eat it.
Oh, thank God.
So about 9, so what time do you drop them off at the Tremere place?
It'll probably be about
9:30?
9:30.
9:30 or 10 or so. Yeah,
Okay.
somewhere around there.
So about 10 o'clock, you get a message going, hey, pick up, you get a text saying, pick up Uncle Fester yet?
Text back. You know I can't call him that to his face, right?
This isn't to his face.
Good point. Hot cake house?
Sure. Is the Priss still with you?
Fuck no. Just family.
Escalate it is.
Okay.
And then in the 4-person chat, hot cake house, 30 minutes. There's someone you need to meet.
Respond, can do, send.
Anybody need a ride? Send.
Where are we meeting again?
Hot cake house.
Let's see. How close would that hot cake house be to wherever I'm at in Lloyd?
It's about 25 minutes by car. By bus, it's about an hour.
Shit. Yeah, we'll probably need a ride. Send.
Be there shortly. Question.
There's always a reasonable pause when Lancaster responds, almost as if somebody is
Texting for him.
texting for him.
Probably one of his numerous herd. He's got up
Yep.
to 30 vessels he can call
Oh
on.
no! They're for they're not there for that.
Yeah,
Not
no.
for menial tasks.
No. I have other people for that.
Oh, he's got people.
It's
people
sometime,
for
not FaceTime, Grandpa.
I don't understand what that means. So, but yeah, he'll agree.
Sending private message to Tamina and Trinisa.
Okay.
Specialist is in. We're meeting at the hot cake house. Don't be shocked. Be there in half an hour.
Trinisa sends back, I will be there. And you get a separate message from Tamina who says, I have some things I need to deal with.
Understood. This is the only response she'll get.
Okay? All right, so 30 minutes, 45 minutes, somewhere around there. You all arrive at the hot cake house. Lancaster, you arrive at what can only be described as the greasiest of greasy spoon diners, akin to the Waffle Houses that you have heard tale of from down south.
Yay, pals, right off the Ross Island Bridge.
Oh no. and
You're
it offends
pretty
your
sure-
Lancaster.
You are pretty sure that at some point it had been new, but not in this last century.
It offends your Lannister.
And probably it hasn't been cleaned in about that long either.
Actually, I just drove by it the other day. It's not that bad.
No, I know.
I haven't been in it yet, but it's not that
But this
bad.
is the world of darkness, so.
This is the world of darkness, and this is, as seen by Lancaster, it's what this looks like.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Pretty sure if you had still been human, you'd need a tetanus shot. If you knew what that was.
I'll of course, show up in a Escalade.
Of course.
Of course.
But
Blades, that's not going to be suspicious at all.
Right.
I'm gonna have one of my guys get out. He's gonna go around to the back. He's gonna pull out a kit.
Okay.
That kit contains some spray bottles, other things like that. He's
Okay.
gonna,
The cleaning kit.
he's gonna. Are they already there, sitting at a table?
Yeah.
Okay. He'll go in, politely excuse himself as he and he'll chairs, sanitize everything, and he'll leave
Have a
politely.
seat, Howie.
Okay.
And then, of course, he'll leave, and Lancaster will come in a few moments later.
What am I looking at? What will I be confronted with when I walk in the door? as far as your Uncle Fester Alex person.
Well, in the car before they even get there, she'll look at them and say, "Call me Rebecca to them, and I will," or sorry, "Call me Rachel to them, and I will kill you."
Huh?
So none of y'all hear that. It's just between her and her uncle.
That's
Call me
fair.
Rachel, and I will kill you.
Oh, fine. Who
this,
are you
this
this
group
day?
knows me as Aliana or Ollie.
Ollie.
Yeah,
Oh.
don't it.
Ollie? Really?
I'm sorry.
That was
That's
your
what
cousin's name, was
I
Ollie.
know, but it works.
It was short for Oliver.
Yeah, I know.
That-
It worked.
Alex thinks it's cute.
Just go with it.
I'm kind of ambivalent, to be honest, but
I'm so... I'm not sure what I...
It's easier than having
Where did I
them
go
trade.
wrong?
It's easier than having everybody and their dog tracing the two of us together.
Well, I mean, we're
Yeah.
already here.
Yeah.
But
Anyways,
you don't want anybody making that connection.
I'm so... Oh, all right, fine. Fine.
so you're gonna get confronted with the Uncle Fester looking Tremere.
And you'll recognize it as a Tremere.
Oh dear. Okay.
Yeah.
A high-ranking Tremere.
A very
If I remember
high-ranking
correctly.
Tremere.
Let's see here, and let's see. Oh, good. I barely stopped myself from shouting, "Dear God, what is that?" Really? I'm just like,
God, what is that thing?
right? Yes. I'm
Yes.
just like, oh.
Yeah.
Sit.
You, as you come in, you're sure your guys did a full cleaning. Why there is this...
Thing.
Take a seat, Howie. It's not going to kill you.
There is a creature among you that is not...
Like the other.
Yeah, one of
one
these
of these
things
creatures
is
is
not like the
It's
others.
not like the other.
Yeah.
These vamps just doesn't belong.
He is definitely...
He has an air of age.
He is an heir. Yeah, he is elderly, and not like he looks like he could probably be in his 40s, 45-ish. But the overwhelming urge to want to patch and shore up things that probably shouldn't be leaking is almost overwhelming.
Are we
Have
sure
I
this
met
is a Tremere,
Alex-
not a Summit?
Have I met Uncle Alex
It's a
before?
Tremere.
Okay.
He has
I've just heard
done
of it,
and
right?
performed some rough ass shit.
Oh, okay. So he's probably got thaumaturgy out the ass, hasn't he?
I'm not sure we want to talk about
What's,
that.
what's his last name?
Kinley.
Kinley.
Yeah.
Trying to remember the title. I'm going to butcher a Tremere title when he walks in, and I apologize.
Oh no, butcher it, because
I
that's
don't remember what rank, because Regent is local in charge of this chantry. I'm trying to remember what rank would he be,
what if he's in charge of multiples?
or if he's as old as he appears to be in
He's old world.
Old World.
Yeah, he is old world.
So
Well, as I enter the
Luminary,
area,
maybe.
I'll
like a
simply,
prefect almost.
before I sit down, I'll simply nod to this new face and sit down. Elder.
I guess I'm last. Okay, then before I sit down, I'm going to look over at him and go, what's the last name again?
Kinley.
Kinley. Illuminary Kinley, pleased to meet you at last.
Well, at least some people recognize me. Anyway, so I have arrived because I understand from Aliana that there seems to be some issues happening here that need to be worked on, and I'm not exactly solid on what they are.
That's because sending them across the wire would have been problematic.
And sending me in a box across the
Was
transatlantic.
safer.
Really?
Luminarius, have you heard the term Fomori?
I have. They are not to be trusted.
Pulls out phone because I'm not walking around with a computer with my uncle. Shows him the video.
We have one.
Or at least we think we have one.
That is not Fomori. I'm not sure what it is, but it's akin, but not quite.
Oh, and now you see why I tapped the expert.
It's a creation of the SI,
They have been.
making themselves rather annoying lately.
Yes.
Yes, they are not exactly known for.
You stopped it before I did my space outport, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
They're not exactly known for being the most quiet of groups, and unfortunately,
Sadly, seldom are.
of late they have been more of a problem for all of our kind. So, what are we doing here?
We need, despite what our germphobic friend over here will be stating in a moment, we need to question it and find out exactly what it is.
And
determine why the Second Inquisition made it in the first place.
Well,
And what to do about them, because I'm betting this is international.
And I have a very strong feeling he knows a hell of a lot based on prior actions involving him. Specifically, we had an incident where 3 high-ranking kindred were captured by the SI
really?
and placed into an illusory world of which this individual was in control.
Who? Who were the 3?
Our friend Elisa was one. Our local sheriff was one.
And she comes walking in, just as you say that. Yes, I was one.
And one of our NOS was one.
Which Nos? Aliana.
The one who has to deal with drag.
This makes things complicated. More
Which
so than most.
This is why I asked, this is why I made the statement of letting you know what's going on before the nuke it from orbit. It's the only way to be sure contingent step spoke in.
That is definitely an option. It is not the only option, but it is an option.
Agreed.
I will say that if it has Fomori tendencies, the chances are is that they kidnapped you 3 and placed you under what is commonly referred to as a psionic state.
Reaches into satchel, pulls out big ass file, dumps it in front of him.
What is that?
That is a printout of the information we were able to pull.
From the servers. The when the SI had captured the 3 of them, myself, the local Scourge, and a contingent of Banu Hakim were able to retrieve them, and in the process, captured the Fomori. We have him currently effectively under chemical coma, chemically induced coma.
Really?
It's a lot of drugs, and he's going through them pretty quick, but yeah.
We probably have enough for another 2 days.
So I'd like to, if possible, wake him up enough to see what information we can get and then determine, depending on what we find from there, determine how best to deal with him, whether we can get information from him or how we choose to proceed from there. That is the general opinion of most of the acting primogen, with one notable exception. One of the other acting primogen has elected the nuke it from orbit path.
I see. As my bloodline, as an elder of my bloodline, I am always one to prefer to research before going and deciding upon something. As understandable as it might be to want to simply destroy something that you don't understand, it is definitely too somewhat of a beneficial idea to understand what it is that we are nuking from orbit, as it were.
He likes my phrase.
That said, there will need to be some caution taken.
The room in which he is being secured, its location is known only to one individual. There are multiple safety barriers and protocols in place, as well as, if it comes down to it, we can
Cleanse it.
decontaminate it if necessary.
We can cryogenically freeze him and then incinerate him, and we are talking in Celsius, not in Fahrenheit.
Over 2,500.
Well, that would definitely take care of practically anything, as long as it's not a ghost.
Indeed.
Which is what I needed expert on.
Ah. Well,
We need to know what we really are dealing with.
In your travels, in your times, did you ever come across a Ventru by the name of Antonio von Corbin, or Corvin?
I have heard of a gentleman by that name, yes. He was of the Ventru bloodline, I believe.
She points to the phone with the picture.
That would
At
be...
one point, he was Antonio von Corbin. We're not sure how much of Antonio, if any, is left.
Well, one of the things that I have learned about Fomori in general is that one does not have any prerequisite ideas of the previous owner of the body once it's taken over. However,
This one does.
He picks up the information, starts speed reading through it.
Now you see where I learned to do that.
I see. According to this is some sort of a chimera combination of something. So it is possible that he is partially in there, at least. This makes things more complicated, but not impossible.
Your wisdom and experience is greatly appreciated and requested.
Well,
Nice.
are we doing this tonight?
Tonight I'd like to show you something else, Uncle Alexander. I think we need to show him the RV.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's a good idea.
We're going to see an RV?
Caravan?
There's other
I
issues in the
see.
area that we are currently investigating, and
They are tied together.
yeah, they're interwoven.
What have you gotten yourself into now?
We are trying to figure that out, sir.
You know, I've actually been a horrible niece. You're hungry, aren't you? It's been a long trip.
It has been a very, very long trip,
Would you like
yes.
some red tea?
No.
I am not drinking anything you offer me, child. I know better.
Which is why
You
I am
did
making the
teach
offer.
me the best. However, Lancaster here probably has something a little more of your tastes. But please don't take offense if I don't get out of the car for that.
That is fair. Fine.
You got roped into something.
So, shall we head to the vehicle?
I think that might be a best plan.
You have to
Yes.
warehouse 24? Or no,
Food first,
food first.
then warehouse.
Okay. Would you like to ride with me, or you want to?
Mr. Lancaster, if I might be so bold and potentially assuming, I have a need for sustenance and am wondering if I could impose upon you a request for some sort of sustenance from
would
one
be-
of your...
I would be happy to facilitate any of your needs, Elder.
Thank you. And he requests specifically a younger woman.
I believe that I may know someone. If you don't mind traveling with me, we can do this along the way.
That would be most appreciative. That vehicle is a little tall for me.
Oh, totally understand. If you have needs, I do have individuals who can assist you physically
No,
if necessary.
I'm fine. I just don't like to hike myself up that high. It's ridiculous. I have to readjust things afterwards.
I would
Is there
say-
a preferred vehicle, mode of transport you have?
Something unassuming.
Okay, so that rules out the Aston Martin.
And the bus,
And the bus.
Honestly, a town and
like a town car,
Old school
a town car would probably be the best
yeah, like an old
for
Lincoln,
creaky joints
But
and
not-
squishy bums.
but not just any. No,
Oh.
for that, there's nothing quite as elegant as a '62 Lincoln Town Car.
That
While
is-
I
very
agree on
true.
the '62 Lincoln Town Car, let's go with something not assuming, or
There's
you know,
there's
pompous.
She
Nothing
doesn't
assuming
own
about
a
a
town
62.
car or that specific model of
62
town car,
Lincoln.
but she does own a vehicle very similar to it,
Okay.
and it's pretty posh.
That's fair.
I can have it here in 10 minutes.
I'm in no hurry. It's not like I'm getting any older.
Fair enough.
I would say age before beauty, but I'd still have to get in before you.
She's going to call Fluffy, who's probably sitting in the car. You brought him over, and you look at. She's going to go out to Fluffy and go, Fluffy, go ahead, or text Fluffy and go, Fluffy, please go change out Escalade for
The Lincoln.
the
The
Lincoln.
Lincoln.
And then I'll wave to one of my guys through the windows to
Okay.
come in, and
Yes, sir.
If you would contact Mr. Whitehead and let him know that we're on our way,
Of course, sir.
yeah, and let him know we have need of his daughter.
Yes, sir. Of course. All right. So, 10, 15 minutes comes by. Lincoln Town car pulls up. Fluffy gets out, opens up the doors.
I'll meet you at the thing.
Good call.
Okay.
Would you like to? Oh, I drove over here with you anyway, so yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
All right.
In I go. I'll sit in the front seat because I'm not posh.
He gets in. They go
You'll
by.
notice a distinct lack of Mac 10.
Good.
Oh my God.
Good.
That's
Yes.
amazing.
Yeah, I'm not
But
in the
if you
business.
look, you might find a couple 9mm.
That's fair.
Mac 10s are 9 mils.
Different.
You mean like a pistol though?
Yeah.
So then we'll take a side trip from the area, which is on Powell, right?
Yes. Probably
So
20th,
we'll move,
I think.
we'll
Ninth.
move further into northeast Portland.
Okay.
The more affluent areas of the Alameda district.
Okay.
Those areas. large mansion-esque kind of house.
So definitely not towards Gresham.
No, no.
Yeah, no.
And at this point, honored elder, if you don't mind coming with me, I will introduce you to what you need.
Ah, of course, thank you.
And then I'll escort him inside, and I'd say maybe a good, from what you guys could see outside, outside the residence, big bay window kind of situations, right? You see a distinct amount of deference between the owner of the house, who you assume is Mr. Whitehead, and Lancaster, and he motions up a visible stairway, and the elder, I'm sure, would just go up the stairway and
Okay.
find his way to something to eat.
Yep. And he does so, and about 20 minutes later comes back down, looking a lot better, more well put together, less floppy.
Less falling apart.
Less falling apart, yes. Less need of spackle, as it were.
Super glue, more like.
And of course, we'll leave. He'll just thank you very much, Elder, for doing me the honor of allowing you to feed.
Indeed.
From the front seat, it's the, you left it alive, right?
I would not dare to eat and kill someone else's. That's not polite, especially when you first meet them. Save that for the second trip.
No second trip.
My humor is just as dry as my voice is. It's fine.
I see. I'm not there, but I see where you get it.
Helps
Where
to
are
be
we
raised
going?
that way.
Where are we going, Ariana?
We need to go back into inner East Portland to a warehouse that I owned with partial laboratory equipment. Oh, okay, it's full laboratory equipment, but
I was going to say, really.
I
was going to say, you've got a full Intel lab processing going on.
I don't have a chip creator there, I'm sorry.
I don't think we'll need one this time around. Besides, I
Good.
could always call for one later.
But there,
Intel is nearby.
Yes, it is.
We
I
do-
have connections.
we do need to see what in the world is going on with this recreational vehicle.
Are we also running all of these compounds that you were on? Are you doing tests on those as well?
Oh, don't worry, my little fingers are in everything.
All right, I'm just checking.
I trained you well.
While they're off doing their thing,
Yes, what are we doing?
we are going to the location, but we're not stopping at the location right away. We know we put security and safety and obfuscation in place, but I want to scope it out anyway.
Okay.
Okay.
Do several,
Several aspects checks and all that good
Yep.
stuff.
All right,
sense the unseen,
Yep.
go ahead.
all that fun stuff.
Okay. What is that?
Hit it.
No perception. Let's see. So that's awareness and what? Intelligence?
Aspects.
Aspects.
It's gonna be aspects, and I think awareness.
So we'll go flipping through our books. I don't remember. That's why we have the book.
Right?
Okay, it's free, so there's no rouse check.
Yeah.
Wits and aspects or resolve in aspects for sense the unseen. So that's gonna be. success.
Okay.
So what was the roll again?
It's either wits and aspects or resolve and aspects.
Okay.
And there is no route.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
2 successes. 2. I can
Okay.
count. 1, 2.
So we should hopefully at least see the wards and whatnot. But
You definitely see the wards that are there. Nothing seems to have been disturbed at this point.
at this point, that scares me.
Yeah.
Okay. Going to do heightened senses as I do the second drive-by, looking for what other vehicles are in the area,
Okay.
what other people, any new cameras on poles, all
Okay.
that fun stuff.
I'm going to hit sense the unseen while she's looking for things that seem out of place. I'm going to see if there's anybody hiding that oughtn't to be hanging around.
Okay. Wits and resolve. And sense the unseen for you. Wits and aspects or resolve and aspects.
Okay, what's the result? So it's
Only 1 success this time.
Okay.
fuck. I'm gonna spend a willpower.
Okay.
1 success.
Okay. Don't really see anything as far as any new vehicles. You don't see any new, the cameras that you do see seem to be the same ones, or at least they are in the same location as they were before.
Okay.
There does not seem to be anything in addition, and they don't seem to be pointed in any different directions or doing anything odd.
So it doesn't look like anything's been moved.
Yeah, no.
Okay. And nobody lurking about that oughtn't to be lurking about?
Not that you're aware of.
All right,
Okay.
so we're gonna park about a block and a half away, but with full view of where they would be coming up to,
Okay,
and just to wait their arrival.
cool. All right, you guys pull up.
So tell me, how was the fire dancer?
Tasty.
Oh, good. Good, good.
So as we're pulling up, I will look at Alexander and say, so you know the Tremere did put up wards and stuff, but I know how much you trust Diana.
Well, I mean, the woman did try to kill me 3 times, but I can't exactly blame her for it.
3 times in the last decade.
I can't blame her for it. I did try to do certain things without her permission, so it was a natural response.
You're lucky she didn't succeed.
That woman needs to wake up much earlier to go ahead and put one down on me. Thank you.
She's 1,000 years too young.
No, only about 30.
At least.
I'm loving your crotchety uncle, I'm just saying.
Yeah, me too. Oh, this is great.
On the other hand, she was rather fun for a romp.
Only when it's consenting.
I'm sorry, were we the discussion consenting or the actual consenting?
And on that note, as you pull up, you see the lights come on my car, and I pull forward and just wait for you to open the gate and let us in.
Okay.
Get in, roll down into the basement of into the basement of into the basement.
Of into the basement, of into the basement,
The
of into the
basement of the
basement.
basement's basement?
Yes.
In the garage that's underneath it.
Ah, okay, into the garage
Yo,
that's
dog, we
underneath.
heard you like basements.
Yes, yes. So into the garage that's under the basement of the basement's basement, that is in the basement of the basement upstairs.
Of the extra garage.
Of the extra garage. Okay, okay. So I
It's
think I've got
it's
this.
the basement inception.
It's baseception.
It's baseception.
Baseception.
You should feel right at home around all the dirt.
Ha.
No.
I'm stopping there before we get ASCAP fees.
At the very least, I'm underground. That makes me feel more comfortable. Moving along.
Maybe I should have left you underground.
Don't you
Exit.
start with me.
Hey, I got new pliers, old man.
I
Who
get out of
taught
the
you
car.
that trick?
By the way,
Walk
thank you.
over
The new handles are
and
beautiful.
open the door.
Okay.
Right this way, Luminars.
Snap, snap.
Thank
Aren't
you.
they pretty?
Very pretty.
Whose fangs were they this time?
Oh, he would probably like. Yes.
Who do you think gave me the pliers?
I had some upstart over in New Orleans decide to go and bother with me. I took care of it.
I think we could have some wonderful conversations. Sir.
Indeed. Well, let
I'm really
us.
debating going home and getting her earrings.
He's here for 3 days. You got
Okay, I
time.
got time.
Lead on to what we're doing then. This RV.
Take him over to the RV.
Okay.
How much info do you want before you take a look? Do you want to go in unknown or just?
I don't want any. It's sort of like dealing with someone who reads tea leaves.
Understood.
You get much better at it if you don't know anything about it ahead of time.
I'll just give you one little clue, Uncle
No,
Alex.
really.
It made Alexandra here think I gave her something to drink.
In my defense, a new ability awakened while I was in there.
Ah. Well, that should be interesting. If a new one awakens in me, I might not know what to do.
I know she's just chopping on something, but still.
That's hilarious. Oh my god. Almost as
Okay.
funny as watching you try to seduce somebody.
Come on, guys. Anyway,
Oh, but it is such a stylish beard. It really is.
All right, so he comes up, puts his hand up around the outside of the door.
I'm going to sit on the hood of the car in such a way that if for some reason his doing stuff triggers anything in me, I'm not going to hurt myself.
That's fair.
I'm still
I'm
going to
just
be sat
because
in the
what happened
passenger
in there
seat.
the last time, I'm being smart and going, okay, it may happen again. We'll see.
Yeah.
And I'm
Notepad.
the observer here.
Pen. Take notes.
Yes.
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 Yes, and I've got my film and start.
All right, so let's see. He starts going ahead, just brushing his fingers just ever so lightly around the outside. Well, he didn't dust much.
Want gloves?
No,
Okay, crotchety old man.
you just wait. Heaves himself up into the thing. Starts poking into just small. It looks completely random. He's poking at things. He's carving. Going through in different. Every so often you hear, "Ha!" Yeah, you thought so.
Oh god, this is great. Oh man, I'm gonna see if I can't figure out how to learn something from this guy right here.
Actually, probably.
You probably should be.
Probably a good
I
idea.
probably should be actually. Yeah.
Goes through. Sitting there.
Do you need more burly muscle to help lift you up?
I'm already in here. I don't need help. It's only a one-butt RV to begin with.
But can you reach the cupboards?
I can do it myself, thank you. Allie. His face pokes around and one eyeball just and goes back in.
Alexander's just like going,
Oh, I'm loving this.
oh man. So
Okay.
much makes sense now.
Yeah, meanwhile, I'm filming this going, wow, this is great.
Okay, Michael.
She's gonna lean over and go, so much makes sense now. So much more makes sense.
I think
What
I've
are
been
you
dead
up
longer
to?
than he has.
Well, I'm just watching.
No, I was
Seriously.
gonna say,
Yes, I'm staying a respectful distance away from everything
Wow.
because this is not my
your forte.
Bailiwick.
not my area.
Yep, yes, outside your bailiwick.
Alex is having a good old time. She's like going, hey, this is fun.
You're off the hook, Lancaster. He doesn't need somebody to pick his crumpled old ass up.
I heard that.
I'm not quite sure how that makes me lucky.
Alex is gonna get up and
I'll
walk
tell
towards the
Doug.
motorhome. And she's going to stop short of actually stepping into it. A little leery, waiting to see if anything happens. And also just gonna, is there anything I can do to assist you?
No, most of this has been wiped clean, but there's some residual. Hold on for me just a moment. I need to do the thing and another thing.
And some
Not
more things.
that thing. This thing.
Was it the thing with that guy in the place?
Yes.
For that time.
That one time, yes. And I'll never forget it.
All right.
Did we have a fight club?
Well, your gentleman that was in here before was definitely not the smartest.
Okay, tell me something I didn't know.
Well, he seems to have been part and parcel with whatever that thing was that you showed me.
Alex is going to explain to him the entirety of the vision that she had had. Right
Okay.
down to the hearing him speak in Legion, what the carving and everything, and basically lays out a detailed vision, but very loose, high-level background as to why we were even looking for this guy.
That makes a lot more sense of what I was seeing. Yes, it seems to be he's a brewer of some sort. I've heard of these people before. The Thin Bloods seem to find a way to get around what you and I have as hunger by taking and ingesting certain concoctions to not only alleviate the hunger but also provide them with extra sensory assistance.
Modern-day alchemists.
Yes, exactly.
Potioneers.
Rather, honestly, I almost feel impressed by them. There's a level of ingenuity there that we would never have gone and looked at simply because we don't need to. So there is that. The fact that they don't actually necessarily create anything. And as long as they're not one to go out and bear their fangs on any neck that's out there, I don't see that there'd be a point with them. But that's my own opinion, and who knows?
Alex
I'm an old
sideline
man.
looks at Lancaster.
I'm an old man. No one
Then
listens
looks
to
back.
me. It's fine.
This rather
In the
fascinating.
meantime, you have what's the residual casting of several different alchemist-based concoctions. And a gentleman, apparently, that last information that I have that has been popping up here is that he was taken away, but I'm not quite sure by whom. Seem to be gentlemen in balaclavas.
Okay.
Illuminaris, did the individuals in the balaclavas, were there any notable symbology on them, such as a tribal style phoenix or 3 C's concentric?
The 3 C's definitely were there. It was on the patchwork right there. Yes. So, obviously, They were some sort of a militaristic or something of that sort.
They're one of the latest contractors with the SI locally.
Hmm.
That building that we rescued them from, they owned it,
And later disappeared.
and later disappeared the building.
How do you disappear?
How do you think, Uncle
Diana
Alexander?
didn't tell me anything about disappearing.
Diana doesn't tell you shit.
Diana didn't do it, sir. I did.
How do you disappear a building without using magic?
You're a Malkavian? Oh.
Yes, explosives were used. They blitzed it.
Well, that's
I was
exciting.
very careful, and it was a very clean explosion.
That's good, because that's the last thing we need is more endurance.
Understood.
Yes. All right, so
Honestly, I'm surprised it didn't get back to you in Romania, but that's okay.
Romania has its own issues of late.
Thank you, Mr. Putin.
Romania is currently under watch right now, and not the least of which is because of that whole situation there. The arms dealerships are ridiculous.
Why do you think I left Bucharest? Besides the fact that the field got stale.
They are rather tiresome now, aren't they? So much more interesting over in the other areas. In any case, nothing else here really seems to be popping. Seems to me that it's about as much as you can get out of this, unless, of course, you wish to sell it for scrap.
Might do that. I could use the extra bucks for storage fee.
You'd probably get about 1,000, maybe. I don't know. Is the catalytic converter still there?
Heard about that, have
Good
you?
question, is it?
I don't know. I'm not crawling underneath this. Well, what are we doing now?
What time is it?
About this time, you figure it's probably on about 2:30 or so.
No.
Do we want to go straight over to 627?
Do you want to meet the creature? Or do you want to wait?
Or observe the creature?
Wanting is not exactly what's on my mind at the moment. However, it's probably going to be necessary. So very likely, it's a good idea.
All right, let's.
Everyone who's coming piles into the same car. Sorry, your limo needs to stay behind, Lancaster.
All right, then.
You can send them back to whatever residence. Okay.
And turn off your tracker. Please. Elisa, can you assist Lancaster by turning off the tracker on his phone?
You got your mobile? Do you know a mobile?
I don't carry one.
You don't have one of these.
Oh, good.
Good. Right.
You guys, turn it off, please.
Yep. Off.
Yeah.
Pull this.
Uncle Alexander, that's you too.
Oh, for God's sake, fine.
Yep.
Here,
Not
my-
as big of a Luddite as he looks like.
How'd you get on in the world?
I am really liking your
Human
Uncle Alex,
intelligence,
I'm just
not
saying.
signals intelligence.
Call him
Go
Alex to his
here.
face will kick your ass.
He hands you his phone. My eyes aren't as good. Just figure it out.
I have
Power
people
off.
for that.
That works too.
You are really a posh git. You know that, right?
All right, everybody
Not
into the
sure,
car.
but I'll trust you.
All right, you all pile into the car.
Yeah.
Alex
Head
drives.
off. Alex drives. Head off down to 627.
7.
627.
Takes about 40
Stitch's
minutes from
neighbor.
downtown to get there.
Yes. Yes. The next experiment in the line.
Yes. Okay.
There's a reason I picked that for the name of that one facility.
There you go. All right, so you all end up piling in.
And
this
the
one's-
windows are very tinted.
This one steals
Like, so
everybody's
tinted,
right
you guys can't really see out.
Okay.
The only person who can really see out is the driver, so that you guys can't track exactly where we're going.
And I presume you forced the rest of us into the back seats, right?
Yeah.
That's what
Well,
I
I'll let
figured.
Allie be up front, but Aliana can be up front if she wants to be, but
Okay.
I suspect she
yes.
don't want to go back there and keep prodding her uncle, because, you know, that's the game they play.
Oh.
Oh, see, I'm just gonna sit here and listen to the two of you chat. Because this is going to be funny.
Oh.
Luminaris, Alyssa was sent over by the Chantry in London.
Really?
To expand her mind and spy on us a bit, but that's normal for Tremere.
Oh,
Apparently, they also don't trust Diana.
Who does?
Other
That woman has been a thorn in my side since 1927.
than the fact that she's French.
Elisa, you have a golden opportunity here. Please take it.
Oh, yeah.
And
Learn.
she's going to drive.
What can I do for you, my dear?
I was too embarrassed to admit that I never actually picked up the art.
Who is your sire again?
What did I put down here? Oh, yeah. Andrea Spencer Chartres.
Oh, God.
This. Okay,
You're every now and then you hear a little come up front.
forgive me for being rather obtuse, but I'm picking up some animosity.
There is no amount of animosity could possibly go ahead and contribute to this. It's not animosity. Well, it is animosity.
Pay no mind, the old codger doesn't like anybody.
Tremere don't like other Tremere.
It's true. Especially the French ones.
God.
No one likes the French ones.
Says, yeah, you told not to speak in French at you.
We're not French.
I'm just saying, you told me not to speak French at you.
Well,
Just because we're fluent in it doesn't mean
my
that
dear
it's our
girl,
language.
you are going to need some instruction, definitely.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes.
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 I assume we just spend the time chit-chatting.
Professor,
Ah,
you nodded off a
Yes.
bit.
You know he's faking
Sorry.
that,
You
right?
nodded off a bit. I'm
He's
sorry
totally
about that.
faking that.
Of
yes.
course he is.
All right.
Like I said, the old
First
codger's
rule,
younger than
don't
I am.
touch me.
Sorry.
Second
touch
rule,
Tremere.
don't believe me.
All right.
Third of all, he can be plied with pretty women.
I can.
And you happen to be one, so there you go.
Yes.
Yes, with a very specific set of tastes: human, breathing, and intelligent.
He's
With
fond of
number
the
2 being
boobs.
optional.
Well, I mean,
Yeah. Okay.
so, my dear,
Yes, Professor.
let's have a chat, shall we?
Yes, please.
We're going to go through some things. What have you learned so far from your sire?
By way of disciplines or by way of knowledges?
By way of disciplines, my dear.
Oh, don't let him lie to you. He wants to know everything.
We'll focus on the one. We'll get to the other later, Allie. Calm down. We have some time.
Fair enough. Well, I have the size and a bit of the dominate.
I see. Well, I think perhaps we could do a little more of that. How are you with blood sorcery?
That is what I'm regrettably lacking.
Really?
Yes, yes,
It's
sir.
very disappointing.
Until right this very moment, it's not really been much of an issue.
I think perhaps you're moving into an area in which I might find that something like that is, important.
I'm starting to figure that out, especially with this lot.
Did you know that there are characteristics for certain things that we can do that others do not have, such as making one's blood corrosive? It's very handy.
I'd heard something in that direction, but it was never really shown how.
You and I will have a chat later, dear. And he just pats you on the
At the top of my
nope.
head. Oh, on the hand. Okay, yeah. So
Yeah,
yes, the least patronizing way you go about it. Yeah,
We'll have a chat later, dear. It's
yes, sir.
fine.
Yeah, hold my tongue and say yes, sir.
Oh, this is endearing.
Meanwhile, let's see here.
The storyteller's stuck in the voice.
What happens?
It is a good
It does
does.
happen.
It is, yeah.
It's a fantastic voice,
It is,
though.
it
I
is
do
a great
love it.
voice.
Yeah, I'm
I
impressed.
love him.
Yeah.
All right.
So we'll basically, once we get there, I'll pull us in. Once we get underground, I'll flip a switch and the tinting will turn off on the windows.
I like that.
Well, that's impressive.
It is. I do like that a lot.
Electro tinting, handy stuff.
Yeah.
And pulls down into the sub-basement,
So it involves
sub-basement.
electricity.
Yes. Yes, it does.
Okay, that's why
Oh,
I don't
you're a
understand.
smart one, Mr.
I
Harris.
try.
So as we get down there,
One day we'll get him into the 19th century.
One can hope. Perhaps we'll introduce him to Tesla.
how is Nikolai these days? So she's gonna
Don't
go
worry
up.
about it.
All right.
At least it's not Edison.
If you would
Oh,
assist me,
God,
please.
that crank.
Yep.
Okay.
Main door opens. Go in. Work our way towards buffer 1, buffer 2, buffer 3.
Okay.
Okay.
There's no windows on buffer 3 door.
Lovely.
Open it. Buffer 2 door, which is where we sat him. Flip on the lights. I'm assuming Antonio's still there. Like,
Yeah.
okay.
Yep.
And turn on the lights in the room.
And how's your drip doing?
Well, I got it cascaded for several days worth, so we should
Okay.
be okay.
I'll just take my place where I was before.
Yeah,
Yeah.
watch.
Yeah.
Actually, watch the camera screen this time, just to make sure it's showing up.
Oh, okay.
One pair of eyes on him, one pair of eyes on the TV screen, because I want to double check.
You watch him, I'll watch the screen. That way, you know what you're doing, I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, let's make
Yes.
sure it records proper.
Head
Teamwork.
reaches over and flicks a couple switches. You see this little red light go blink, 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 blink. And then it starts
Right.
recording.
All right.
Okay.
Do you mind if I get into your code a bit?
Not now.
Improve things later.
Just to make sure I know what I'm looking at.
You're looking at video.
It's actual video, honey.
Right, fair enough.
Don't worry, you'll get a chance to improve their systems later.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
We all know that that's a possibility.
Watch it, or I'll start giving you guys things to drink, just like poor Jonathan.
No, I've learned that lesson too.
And
That's my girl.
I perfected it. I'll send you home with a couple bottles.
Oh, goodness. You know how to make an old man happy.
I thought I did.
No, you know how to make the young man happy.
Or also know how to make the old man satisfied.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Takes.
very well, Mr. Robinson. Now,
And here's
Okay.
to you.
open the door, go into the second buffer room.
Okay.
I'm gonna take a pair of gloves and have them ready to put on, but I'm not gonna put them on right away.
Okay.
And I'm gonna turn to him and I'm gonna say, do you want any gloves or personal protection type equipment? Again, we don't know exactly what we're dealing with here, so we don't know if there's gonna be any sort of ejecta, spores, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Any sort of thing you would like
turn
me
on the
to
sound?
provide you with? I
Honest,
turned on the sound.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
honestly speaking, if this is anything like I think it is, it's not going to matter whether I have gloves on or not.
I had that same thought, actually. Okay, here we go. Close the door, the between where they're at and we're at.
Hang on. Alyssa,
Oh,
Lisa,
so you're, don't let him touch the big red button.
you're not allowed to touch any buttons.
Do
You
I
sta-
see
you
a
sta-
big red button somewhere?
No. You can just stand right there at the door.
If there's no big red button, then I'm
You're,
not
you're,
worried.
not, you're not going to press any buttons.
All right.
You're just going to stand there at the door, looking through that window.
Sure.
Don't push buttons.
Oh,
That's my job.
this is outside of my wheelhouse.
Yes. No, not your bailiwick.
and we're going to walk in there, close the door,
Okay.
let it all seal up, turn the lights on specifically that spot on him, and say, Luminarius, meet Antonio von Corbin.
Ish.
Ish.
I see. Well, Let's see what we've got here. And he
Sure, take it.
very
Notes.
carefully walks up. Doesn't actually touch him yet, just sort of hovers about
And
2.5
would
inches
see
above.
the ivy sticking in him and the thing to adjust its levels and whatnot.
Well, I can tell you immediately what you have. Yes. No. Yes. Can we turn that down?
Turned out what?
The drip.
The drip, just a little bit.
Reach over, make it do the slowest of the slowdown.
As you do, you see just a slight lift, and it starts moving.
The ripples.
The ripples start to go just a little bit. Not a lot. It's not, violently pinging back and forth, but there's a little bit wandering underneath the
I'm
skin.
being sure to actually have a table or have something behind me that's not going to roll on me, that I'm leaning against in case we get a repeat of last time.
Okay.
I'm not even letting you near the drip strip.
I gather that.
Is this showing on record?
Yes.
Okay.
Is it?
Yes.
Yes.
No big red button.
He starts to.
You're not allowed to press any buttons. You stay away from all the flipping fucking buttons.
All right, just making sure.
Yes.
Want to know my role.
Yeah, you just
Children!
stand there and look in the window.
Shush. All of you, please. All right. Let's see what we've got here. Well.
I mean, his eyes and mouth are covered, obviously. Mm-hmm. And he's got not that he needs to breathe, but there's, keep him, if it needs to drain out or whatever.
Sure. Well, whatever's in here, it's not him. Ish. I don't like it. Let's see what happens here. And he puts his finger right here. And you watch his eyes roll up into the back of his head.
Here we go.
Down there to catch him if needed.
He just goes back and
Burn it with fire.
completely still, almost frozen.
Okay.
About 30, 40 seconds.
Just looking for a big red button.
Another 30, 40 seconds.
No buttons.
Come on.
No.
No movement. Not even a little bit of breath.
He's eating it.
Maybe.
Sorry.
But who's eating what?
Yeah, I know.
I'm going to fire up Sense the Unseen, see if there's any sort of tendrils going back and forth between them.
Okay.
I mean, psychic nature.
Yeah. Another 30 seconds.
If I could find a big red button.
You're not touching any buttons.
There's no redder button than any other. There's no bigger button than any other.
You're not touching any buttons.
Just
There ain't no red button either.
3 successes.
Okay, you can see that there is definitely some communication going back and forth. You're not quite sure exactly what it is. It is distinct. There are 2 separate. You can tell that one is definitely Uncle Alex. You're not quite sure what the other one is. But it seems to be a back and forth, not an eating.
Okay.
I'm just watching him for ripples on his skin.
Yeah, they appear to be talking.
the mind-to-mind kind of communication, possibly.
Yep.
Oh, wait, no touching. No touching. No touching. Oh,
No Vulcan.
No. Look at, that's what happens when you touch things. Yeah.
I need to learn that trick.
Good 10 minutes. Finally,
Gonna make a big red button at this point.
he opens up his eyes. Eyes roll back down. Removes his finger. All right. Well,
Shall I put it back down?
we really should just put it down.
Shush, peanut gallery.
It's complicated, young man. Just wait a minute. Let
That's
me
refreshing.
process this.
That's, young man.
This is not Von Corbin. It is also not Famori.
No shit, Sherlock.
Level of disrespect.
Young lady, you are still young enough. I could go ahead and...
Still older than you, old man.
I could still... Don't you do it.
Take you over my knee, young lady.
She'd like that.
I don't doubt it. Click the intercom off.
Moving on. This is a new thing. It's not a ghost. It's not haunted. It is... I suppose the word demon would do, but it doesn't really fall into any specific definition, as it were. It doesn't want to be beholden to anybody any longer. It
That's a good
was...
start.
Maybe.
It was controlled by the SI.
I suspected as much.
Was forced into this particular position in this particular body. It was not of its nature, and it certainly was not of its choice.
That's tracks with that side.
It also doesn't quite understand exactly why it was created in the first place, but it has a lot of the previous person's memories. It also took a hold of you and your sheriff friend by way of a psychic connection, which is how it was able to take over and put yourselves into the possession that you had.
Was it able to do that on its own power, or did it have to be enforced, or was it being helped by the chemicals we saw being forced into them?
From what I understand, it had to do with the chemicals that were being used. Other than it, you have to allow it to do it otherwise. If you
That's a good
don't
sign.
allow it to do it, it can't do it.
That's reassuring.
That's why they used the chemicals in the first place.
It takes down the basic resistance thereof,
The
yes.
inhibitions.
Inhibitions, permissions, consent. That's a big word nowadays, consent.
Indeed.
Keeps your body parts attached, don't it, old man?
Indeed. Diana should know. Took her a month to get over that one.
I love your uncle so fucking
I,
much.
I do too. This is great.
In any case, this young man, well, less young man, more creature, for want of a better description, he simply wants to be let be. And if it means being killed, then so be it. If it means just being let go, then so be that. He doesn't wish to be taken advantage of any longer and doesn't want to be controlled anymore.
Is it safe for me to talk to it?
Are you going to give it permission to take over?
I was thinking more along the lines of what you were doing to communicate with it.
Oh, I wouldn't do that, my dear. You'd have to bring it up. It has speech. It can talk. But trust me, you're not that strong to go and talk to it psychically.
Fair enough.
The only reason it let me out was because I told it that I was not going to go and do any harm to it. I have nothing against it, and it never met me before, so that wasn't a big deal. You, however, considering that you went through and rescued these three, it may have memory of you. I wouldn't recommend conversing with it telepathically. However, if you wish to speak with it, it does have all of its vocal options available. It would be up to you.
Oh, there's so many questions.
Wake it up.
Will it be able to speak if I only do a half wake?
Very likely, although it would be...
sense.
I'll sort through the answers later. I don't want it having real energy going. I'll burn you with fire.
I understand that it would be like me speaking with me before my morning coffee.
Lisa, kill the mic in there, please.
All right. Don't like it, but
No, you can hear us.
Oh,
We
okay.
don't want to hear him.
That's fine. Click.
I mean, if we're having a conversation with him and it's every other word is burn it, burn it.
Burn it. Yeah. All right. Mic. Internal. Yeah.
Left switch.
Done.
We didn't get that very good.
Up there. Yeah. Up. Yep. You get the big thumbs up.
Brings the drip up halfway.
Okay. You start seeing the ripple going back and forth a little bit faster. Uncle Alex sort of moves back and away. Not that I don't trust it, I just don't trust it.
Antonio?
Taking the little IV drip thingy away from it with me,
Okay.
because I ain't getting near that thing.
Yeah, no, if it starts to go nuts, crank that shit full. Mm-hmm. In fact, she goes over to a drawer, unlocks it, pulls out a big-ass syringe, do a direct push so the drip doesn't need to do it.
There you go.
Just go into the, yeah, you know how it works.
He's done you before.
No comment. Okay, Antonio.
Yes.
Do you know where you are?
No.
Forgive me, but that is a good thing. Do you know?
Do you know what you are?
We are Antonio and others.
How many are in there?
We are a collective. We do not have individuals.
Great, they're Borg.
Do you know why you are?
We do not. We were separate from this once.
Were you all separate?
No.
How much of the original Antonio is still there?
His memories remain in his cells.
Okay.
Sit on your hands or something.
I just don't understand what he means by memory in the cells.
It's in his head. Whatever was Antonio was still in the brain.
What do you know
But this
about
new thing
those
is
that
animates
were
in the body.
controlling you?
They came without permission. They placed us here. We needed to live. They gave us no choice.
What do you remember about the 3 individuals you ensconced?
It was a demand from those who placed us in this body.
How long ago did they place you in?
We do not have concept of time.
Do you have no idea of what year?
They don't have time, they're not
Oh,
going to know a year.
maybe.
There were small carts. There were small electrical devices. There was not much else. We don't understand the question.
Okay.
Ask how many full moons do they recall?
She won't hear you.
But I'm player to player.
If
No meta playing. Stop it.
Damn.
we bring you further to the surface,
Do I have any signal down here?
do you promise
No.
not to lash out? We mean you no harm. I understand that your current circumstance would imply otherwise, and for that I apologize. That is for our safety, based on the circumstances in which we found you. That being said, we do not wish to cause you harm. We do not wish to, let me rephrase that. All but one of us do not wish to cause you harm.
We wish only to be set free. We do not wish to be in this body any longer and wish to be free and not controlled.
Would you, if I can set you free, will you give us as much information as you have on those that kept you captive in exchange for your freedom?
These terms are acceptable.
Wake him up. Have the thing on standby, but wake him up.
Hang on. Opening drawer, pulling that different syringe. Okay. Here we go.
You will find that your hands are constrained and your eyes are covered. We can change this in time. It's going to take a moment. Please forgive us for being overly cautious, given the illusory circumstance that we recently experienced involving you. We don't wish to.
We do not wish to have a repeat of non-consensual.
Looking around for buttons.
You stay away from the full Campbell sins, mate.
It's not a good idea. What's out there is not a good idea to let them roam in the city.
I wonder if it'll stop talking like Legion when it comes up.
You watch him sit completely upright, breaking through the wrist
I expected
manacles. I had 2 crits.
Mm-hmm.
Burn it? Now burn it?
We will not harm you at this time. There was an accord struck. We shall tell you what we know.
The items covering your eyes, you should be able to remove them since you've freed your hands.
And they do so.
And she's just sitting there leaning against the, trying to look
Nonchalant?
nonchalant, but obviously there's this thing in the back of her head just waiting just to be safe. Of course, there are several others in the back going, just no, no, we're not gonna let it happen.
Yeah, no, and it's just, no.
And any of them's ready to jump up in front of in a heartbeat if needed.
What is it you wish to know?
Short answer, everything. But
Be more specific.
Who's Jacob?
That upstart. I was taught a specific grouping of sigils to teach him based upon what this SI that you speak of
Second Inquisition, yes.
gave to me. The idea was to create a blood bond with those who are called thin bloods.
Where did you or they find him?
He was created by the SI.
Why am I not fucking surprised?
What is Jacob?
Jacob is a thin blood, from what I am understanding.
So he's not also a Fomori
Or a chimera?
No,
or a Chimera?
he is not one of me. He was an imbecile.
We will agree on this.
He's a supremely
He was
lucky
not
imbecile.
able to be taught. He was impatient. He refused to learn the lessons.
So then, do you know what happened to Jacob?
From what I understand, the connection between Jacob and the SI was at best tenuous, and when he refused to go further in and be taught, the SI had him removed.
That explains the balaclavas.
So who's the Messiah?
This name I do not know.
Okay.
Who's your primary handler in the Second Inquisition? Who was the one you had predominant interaction with? Who taught you these sigils, or who commanded them to teach you these sigils that you were to pass along to Jacob?
They were given to me by Elijah.
Is Elijah the only name? Do you have his full name, or just Elijah?
Just Elijah.
Okay. Was he in charge, or was he a regular minion, if you will?
I do not know. He
Fair.
was the one who came to me regularly.
Okay.
Do you remember anything from your creation into your current physical being?
I remember being free. I remember being in the in-between. I remember being allowed to be myself, being ourselves. And then I was constrained into this body.
You stated that that beyond cellular memory, Antonio is no more.
That is correct.
So, bring Trinice some relief.
Does the cellular memory of Antonio say how long he has been no more?
The cellular memory says perhaps what you creatures would assume to be 50 to 60 years.
Now, was that before or after your joining?
Before our joining.
So the SI has a way to keep
Keep him from crumbling.
bodies from crumbling. Do you know how many others of your type are out there that have been joined?
Or that are in this area.
We do not communicate in such a way. We are separated. We stay in the in-between. It is safe for us there. We do not interact with this plane of existence.
Was there any that was disappearing from your in-between before you did?
Yes.
Was it many? Was it few?
We are unaware of how many.
When you state that you want to be free, do you mean, I presume you mean that you want to be free of that body so that you can return to the in-between?
Yes.
What method are we to use to remove you from that body?
We do not have a preference. This is but a physical manifestation of us.
In order to release you and set you free, do you wish to be
Do you want to be beheaded? Do you want to be staked? Do you want to go out with a painless way?
Do you want to simply be set loose in the wilderness to find your own way and your own path while in that body?
We do not wish to be in this body any longer.
Okay. Is there a way we could destroy the body without harming you?
We do not know.
Are
We
you-
have never been constrained before.
I have this. Why don't you and Uncle Alexander go in the other room?
What are you going to do?
I will put it under. I will stake it. I will head it. And then if for some reason it doesn't work, we'll let Lancaster do his damn button.
Is there a name besides Antonio that you would prefer to be addressed as?
We are Dice.
Iche, thank you for your assistance and your understanding. We will do our very best to make this as swift as possible. As part of it, she will need to put you back under. Briefly.
We accept these terms. He very carefully lays back down.
Push him under before I walk out that door.
Drop the drip.
Okay. Everything goes completely silent.
Buttons. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Push number 1 syringe.
Which will
Okay.
take him down like that.
Yep.
Grab number 2 syringe, which should stop any chemical reaction in the brain.
Okay.
All right, where's your fire axe?
Open the door.
Well, yeah, no, it's
I'll
used
restrap
for.
him down,
Okay.
just to be safe,
Just to be safe.
even though it didn't seem to do shit.
You hear Uncle Alex.
Humor me, old man.
Oh no, please.
Open the doors, we'll go out.
Lab coat.
I'll get a lab coat, hand it to you.
Thank you.
Go grab an axe, hand it to you.
Oh, just a fire
While
axe.
inside, get Alex out, get Uncle Alexander with them.
Oh my god.
Come
No.
back in, close the door, stand by in the
No,
door,
it's not a
and wait.
flaming axe.
I'm in the room with you.
Considering what I saw.
It's not a flaming axe either.
Okay.
I saw Dante's also.
What you want me to roll on this one?
Ooh.
Probably brawl. Or
Yeah.
Brawl or melee.
Brawl. No, it's
Where'd you go with him anyway?
You
want
review
to
your
know?
better
Don't
bets
want to know.
brawl.
for
Yeah.
you. Yeah, your better bet would be brawl.
So it would be
You want
strength and
brawl,
brawl.
strength? What about dex?
Yeah, there is
If
a
you're
level
going for
of.
a headshot, go with
If
the
you're
dex.
going
Yeah,
for,
We'll be going
yeah.
for the
For
next.
swinging an
Yeah.
axe, yeah, you probably want melee brawl. Well, not so much brawl, but yeah, definitely melee
Well, she
and
doesn't have,
dexterity.
she doesn't have melee, so she's getting brawl.
Yep.
Okay.
And a dexterity as well
Yeah,
because
definitely
you gotta.
dexterity.
You're an
Oh,
aimed-
yeah.
That's an aimed shot.
Yep.
A gentleman never kissed and tell.
1, 2,
God, you're such a git.
2 successes.
Yeah, prat too.
Will that take
Okay.
it, or do I need to do again?
Nope, that'll take it.
Okay.
He didn't. It's not a. I mean, he's
like he's
not.
resisting.
They're
It's a
not
lot
resisting.
of splatter. I
Yeah,
get this.
they're not resisting. It's
Just as
it's
long
just.
as you don't turn him into a nearly headless Nick. Don't sue me, JKRQ, by the way.
There you go, twat. So yeah, they're not resisting. It's it's messy, but you got it pretty well in one go. You watch the body that it seemed to be completely relaxed, now is intensely relaxed and actually starts to decay while you're watching it. It is completely dead.
I'll wait until it's complete dust.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Takes another about 10 to 15 minutes.
Go over, type a number on a pad, open the door, pull out a large bucket, large container.
Sweep
Sit
that
open.
shit.
Sweep it all up, pour it in, bottle of sulfuric acid.
Okay.
Happy enough for you then, old
Lid on
man.
it. You fucking happy?
Oh,
Flip on the mic. You would not believe what I had to do to keep this man off
By
me.
the way, there is no big red button.
well, I figured that out. But
He wasn't
but-
allowed to touch any
and
buttons.
It has nothing to do with happy. It has everything to do.
Are you
with-
satisfied?
No, it has nothing to do with satisfaction. I believe that we all are safe.
But are we?
I don't know. It depends. Let's
Because
move
if
on
he,
to Jacob.
if that
Apparently-
wasn't the only one who was
well,
being pulled, obviously there's more.
Well, clearly the SI has Jacob in their midst right now.
Uncle Alex is still sitting there. So,
Please.
Enlighten us.
Please forgive my flippancy. Preliminaries. Please provide us any wisdom or observation you may have found.
And here is a handkerchief to wipe off your face. Sorry about the splatter.
thanks.
He was in the other room. We escorted him out.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. I'm gonna still do it.
Okay.
Childer.
Youngin'.
Have you managed to figure out whether or not they're still hanging around?
Do you sense the unseen?
Okay.
Yeah, actually, yeah, do the same. Let's see, that's... Shit, I forgot. What was that again? Wits enough. All right,
Oh,
thank you.
child.
Oh my god, you know.
Out of the box.
Well, I don't have the book in front of me, so...
2 successes.
Ah, shit, only one.
They are seemingly nowhere to be found. You can see no trace of them. Whatever Diche happened to be, they have managed to seemingly go back into the in-between.
She does this not quite genuflect thing, but it has 5 points. And just move on in peace.
Okay. Well, whatever it was, I am disappointed that I didn't get a chance to truly probe at it.
I'll be honest, I wanted to have some more conversations with it, but
well, if I'm not mistaken, names have power. I'm sure if you decide to go that route, you could call it that.
Just because they gave us a name, child, doesn't mean that they gave us the right one.
Well, they'll know it, I'm sure.
Well, they're under no obligation to respond if it's
That's
not the
what I'm
correct
saying.
one.
That's what I'm saying.
They're a
might find
kind
it
of
everything.
fey creature, as far as I can tell. They'll give you a name, and then 3 seconds later, they'll change it. Sort of like my niece over there.
Oh, yeah.
Kiss my butt, Uncle Man.
I think I've done that enough times already.
I don't know if we should use that inflection in the future.
I wouldn't.
Aliana?
Eh,
So, so what does this mean for Jacob then? Does this mean that he
we
is
need to find out.
gone?
Well,
But his source of apparently bonding the Thin Bloods, which was could only have led to another apocalypse, it is.
Apparently not from him.
Well, no,
was
I'm
not
saying
native
is
to him.
that now we have a whole bunch of people who haven't
size
been
and
receiving
control
their
of
food shipments.
yeah, yet we haven't seen a lot of massive masquerade breaches, which means the SI is still operating,
Or-
or they've got him under heel,
Or they replaced him.
or they replaced him,
Or reconditioned him, re-educated him. Number of different things.
turned
right?
him into a Fomori. Anything's possible with these assholes. I think we need to go find ourselves some more Thin Bloods. Probably want to call Trinisa. Speaking of which, I'm gonna call Trinisa.
Okay.
Do we have cell reception in this
Oh,
laboratory?
There is a room that has specific,
Okay.
Yeah, this where we were? No.
No, I didn't think we
but there is a room that has it.
There is definitely a room that has it. Yeah.
Yeah, it goes into an extender that goes through fiber several miles down the road before coming up, but
Fair.
No, that's fair.
Okay.
Drink.
call her, and that's about drink 6, I think.
Blooper reel.
Call her, put her on speakerphone.
Yes.
Just so you know, you're on speaker.
Ah.
Aliana, Elisa, and Lancaster are here, as is Luminarius Alexander Kinsley.
I'm sorry. Who?
Alexander Kinley. Tremere elder.
Ah.
Specialist.
He's a specialist that Aliana brought in.
All right.
Just to let you know, Antonio is no more. But he more or less was no more about 50 years ago.
80. Probably 80.
Yeah. What was in that form is no more. So it's gone. Just thought you'd want to know.
Thank you. I don't know.
For what it's worth, I still think you look really hot in that gown.
Down girl.
I just want to make her feel better.
I still have that gown.
She did.
Or at least I have a reproduction of it. That gown is burnt. But, yes,
I think I owe you a few drinks, my dear.
I think I may owe you a history. So, now what?
Thin bloods.
Now we go hunting some thin bloods. Apparently, from what we were able to get from it, Jacob was working with the SI under their leash, as it were, or under their heel. He fought back, started trying to break from them. They captured him. That's why we were able to find his mobile home. Is they had apparently come in and taken him. His present whereabouts are unknown, but given the fact that we haven't seen a sudden rash in masquerade breaches or other issues involving the Thin Bloods, I'm going to assume that either A, they re-educated him and put him back out on the street, B, have him firmly under their heel, or C, replaced him.
He was also blood bonding them.
That is, not,
That would explain the reaction Celeste had.
yeah. Not fantastic news.
Trauma. It was binding.
Well then. All right. It sounds like Tamina will need to be looped in as well. She's not here.
I can provide you with a recording of the conversation with them, if you wish it.
No, I think it best if I not.
Okay. When you speak with Tamina, let her know that I have that she can have it as well if needed.
She's not speaking with me of late.
I see. Okay. Well then, let's meet up soon and figure out what our next moves are.
Yeah. It's Tuesday, perhaps? All right. I will see you then.
Alrighty. Take care. Hang up. Call Tamina.
Okay. Hello?
Tamina, you're on speaker. It's myself, Aliana, Elisa, and Lancaster, as well as Illuminarius Alexander Kinley from the Tremere.
Ah. Your Excellency, how are you?
Yeah. My new favorite person in the world, by the way.
Yeah.
Um,
Where have you been keeping this, man? Oh my god.
the
Romania.
You need to get out more, mate.
No, I had to get away from him.
the creature in question that we had retrieved is no more. It is now, well, it was ash. Now
Wet ash?
Particles.
it's chemical components in sulfuric acid at the moment.
So yes, wet ash.
So yes, wet ash. The original individual that was Antonio is no longer there. Hasn't been there for at least 50 years. The entity that was in control provided us information, limited information that it had. It just wanted to be set free. Turns out the way to set it free is apparently to give it exactly what Lancaster wanted. So
Kill it with fire.
it has been
We
killed.
did not use fire.
We did not use fire.
Out of spite.
Yeah, but you're damn
No,
straight.
I used a fire axe. Close enough.
It was with fire. On a technicality, she's not wrong.
That's my girl.
Killed
The
it with,
irony is not lost here.
killed it with fire axe. Acceptable.
And I tell her basically what we told Trinisa.
Okay.
And then we have a copy of, or I can provide you a copy of the discussion/interrogation if you wish it.
Yes, please. That would be important. I'll need to send that along to my caliph.
I can have it for you tomorrow night.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Anything else you need from us before we call it a night? Because I need a shower.
You're not the one covered in splatter.
I need a shower.
That's fair. No, I think that should be everything, but appreciate it.
Any other folks' input before we terminate this call?
You had the most contact, so.
Oh, I have questions, but I'm not
Other,
asking.
other than trying to keep this wanker off the buttons.
Isn't it always the way? Wankers on buttons.
Especially if he's trying to push someone else's buttons.
Tamina, did you just make a joke?
Why, no.
Holy shit, there is a laugh bone in there somewhere.
Somewhere.
Have a good night, Tamina.
Sounds
All
like an
right.
observation to me.
She hangs up.
I like her.
Since we were all in the room together, she walks over to the corner, flips a panel. There's a glowing button there, but it's currently white. So it goes tick, 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 and it turns red.
There you go.
I knew
Now
it!
you got your red button.
I knew it!
Ta-da.
Now you can push it.
No fucking doesn't.
Oh,
And
see,
with
I say we
that-
let him push it.
Oh, no, I'm fine.
Now's your chance.
No.
Slaps it.
The Halon system kicks in the other room.
Oh, impressive. Impressive. Most impressive, yes.
Yes. All right. And with that, I think we'll call it an evening. Thank you very much for joining us this evening. I hope that you enjoyed this episode.
Formal ending of the X-Files.
Yes. Right? They're definitely just because you can't see them doesn't mean that they're not out to get you. I hope that you will continue to join us each month as we continue on with our story, and hope to see you all next time.
Enjoy your holidays.
Bye-bye.
Enjoy your holidays.
enjoy your
Goodbye.
holidays.
Love
Happy
you.
holidays, everyone.
my girl.